Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Yours up, President Johnson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the state's case in chief. I'll note the jurors are all present and accounted for. The court received the juror affirmation signed by each of the jurors, so thank you again for following the court's continuing admonition each day as we break for the day. When we concluded yesterday, we were done with a witness, and I believe the state is prepared to call its next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and who is the witness and who will be examining the witness, Ms. Blake?
I will be examining the witness, Zulema Pastenis.
Very well. The state may call its next witness.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. Thank you.
All right, the court will note now the witness has been sworn. Before we begin with any testimony, I am going to inquire, Ms. Pastenis, because this trial has been live streamed and available fairly easily to observe online and also open to the public, I'm asking you whether or not you have watched any of the trial or anyone's testimony given during the trial.
No, I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anybody else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please spell your name for the record?
My first name is Zulema, spelled Z-U-L-E-M-A. Last name Pastenes, P-A-S-T-E-N-E-S.
And Ms. Pastenis, do you know an individual named Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her in 2018 at a meeting and at Melanie Gibbs' house.
So you knew Melanie Gibb prior to meeting Lori?
Yes.
And do you know approximately when that would have been, what year?
It was around 2018.
Sometime shortly after meeting Lori, did you end up traveling to a conference in St. George, Utah?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2018?
Yes.
Do you know an individual named Alex Cox?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at Lori's house in November of 2018 after a conference.
And how about Chad Daybell?
I met him at a conference in Mesa in the summer of 2018.
When you met Chad in the summer of 2018, did you end up staying in contact with him at that time?
No.
And after meeting Lori in 2018, did you stay in touch with her?
Yes, it was brief contact at first, and then after the St. George conference, then we started having more of a friendship.
And in regards to that St. George conference, did you travel there with Lori?
Yes,
Were there some other women with you in the vehicle?
yes.
Do you recall who they were?
It was Michelle, and then another lady that I don't remember her name, Melanie Gibb, Lori, and I.
Do you recall being present when Lori and Chad met?
Yes, I was there.
Did you make any observations of the two of them together during that conference?
Yes, at first it was just they were just talking to each other, but then Lori was really being flirtatious towards him, and it appeared that she was really putting on the moves on him.
Did Chad seem receptive to that?
Yes, because he was very giggly and laughing a lot with her.
Were you aware if Lori was married?
Yes, I knew she was married.
And did you know whether or not Chad was married at that time?
I knew he was married.
Did you also travel home from the conference with Lori?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall her saying anything on the drive home?
Yes, she was driving on the way back, and Melanie Gibb and I were in the back seat, and she asked us to search the scriptures for certain things. The first things that she had us research was anything to do with James the Less, and then she also had us research on the scripture, and that was Doctrine and Covenants 77:11, and she had us read it out loud for her.
At that time, did you learn the significance of the James the Less?
Not at that time. She didn't expand on that time.
At some point later, did you learn the significance of that?
Yes, Lori said that Chad had told her that in a
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it's a conspirator.
World.
sorry, I lost my train of thought.
And I had asked you if at some point later you learned the significance of the James the Less.
Thank you. Yes, Lori said Chad had told her her previous lives, and in a previous life, she had been, they had been married, and he was James the Less, who was one of Jesus's disciples, and that she was his wife, and her name in that life was Helena.
And in regards to the other scripture reference, the D and C, did you ever learn the significance of that?
Yeah, it was in regards of the gathering of the 144,000, and Chad had told her that they were the angels that were supposed to gather the 144,000.
And when you say Chad told her they, is the they referring to Chad and Lori?
Correct.
And then you talked about meeting Alex Cox at a conference in November of 2018 in Arizona.
Yes.
Was Chad also present at that conference?
Yes.
Was Lori present?
Yes.
Was there anything, any other activity or get together held around that time?
Yeah, Lori had some people from the conference that were staying at her house. And after the conference, she had a gathering at her house and she invited me to attend.
Did you in fact attend?
Yes.
While you were there, did you make any observations of Chad and Lori together?
The three of us went outside to the backyard together, and at one time, Lori started playing basketball and asked Chad to play basketball with her. It was very uncomfortable for me, so I felt like a third wheel. So I said that I was going to go inside the house, and Chad said that he was going to go inside the house with me. And Lori said, "Why are you going inside? Are you scared of me?"
And you said you felt like a third wheel in that situation.
Yes.
At some point during that meeting, were you given a blessing?
Yes.
Who gave you the blessing?
Chad.
Who was present in the room where he gave you the blessing?
Chad, Lori, and I.
Do you recall getting that blessing?
Yes, I do.
Was there anything different about that blessing than what you were used to?
Yeah, usually when we receive a blessing, it is tailored to the specific need that you may have at that time. For example, if I was ill, the blessing will be for healing or strength to go through the illness. This blessing was different. He It was almost as if Chad was looking into the future for me, and he was telling me how special of a person I was, and how many gifts I had, and all the things that I was going to do in the future. So it was very, very different than what I was used to.
And it sounds like talked about your future and how special you were. Was it pretty praising of you?
Yeah, there was a lot of praise during the blessing.
At some point during that gathering at Lori's house, do you recall Chad teaching, providing any teachings to the people that were at Lori's residence?
Yeah. So at one point, a couple of people had asked a couple of questions of Chad, and he sat in the middle of the room. I don't know whether it was a coffee table or ottoman in the middle of the living room, and all of us were sitting on the couch, and he started teaching the doctrine of translation.
And when you say all of us were sitting there, how many of you were there? Do you recall? Or approximately?
Probably around 6, 7 people.
Were there any other men there?
No, it's only women.
Charles wasn't present?
No, Charles had gone out of town and taking JJ with him so that Lori could have the house for guests.
And when the women sat there, Chad was the one talking about translation, is that correct?
Yes,
Did Lori teach about translation?
no,
And do you recall some of what Chad was telling you about translation?
yes, he said that there was three, um, there were three phases to translation. The first was um, I'm sorry, I can't remember it correctly, but it was something like there was a physical part, there was a spiritual part, and the third part I can't remember. And then he said that each one of the parts you went up on vibration and percentages, in that at each time when you hit 100, then you would move on to the next phase and on to the next phase.
Had you ever heard translation taught in that way?
No, never.
At that point in time, were you open to the idea?
Yeah, I was open to it.
Do you recall seeing Chad again in November around that same time? And maybe I'll narrow it down. Do you recall seeing Chad and Lori somewhere the day after the conference?
Thank you. Yes, the day after the conference, Lori was supposed to have some kind of a, I don't know, meeting or classes at her house. And I decided not to go there. Instead, I decided to go to the temple. And when I got to the celestial room, Lori and Chad were sitting together in the celestial room.
Did either of them say anything to you at that time?
They both stood up at the same time and they came over to me, towards me as soon as they saw me. And Lori said to me, not to tell anyone that I had seen them there. He said, please don't tell anybody that we are here.
Later in 2018, do you recall going to Melanie Gibbs' home and having Chad and Lori be there?
Yeah, there was Lori and Gib had started a podcast, I believe, and Chad was going to be a guest for their podcast on that day.
And I said later in 2018. Do you recall, was it early 2019 or later in 2018? Do you recall?
I don't recall when it was.
But sometime after November of 2018?
Yes, it was after the conference.
And would it be fair to say that it was before February of 2019?
Judge,
Correct.
this is becoming leading objection.
Okay, well, it was untimely, but it was leading, Ms. Blake.
So at that podcast at Gibbs' house, Chad and Lori were present, you said?
Yes.
Did anything happen after the podcast?
Yeah, Chad said that he wanted us to go to lunch because he had some information to give me during the lunch.
And did you in fact go to lunch?
Yes, I did.
Who else was present at the lunch?
Lori, Gibb, Chad, and I.
Did Chad end up telling you anything at that time?
Not at the time. For some reason, Lori and Chad didn't want Gibb to hear what he had to say to me. So during the lunch, he said that he had some things that he wanted to share with me and that he would call me later to let me know what that was.
And did you in fact talk to him later?
Yes,
And did he share something with you?
yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about what he shared with you?
He told me that he was able to read people's past lives and he wanted to give me, I guess it was like a reading of what my past lives were. And so he gave me all the times that I had been upon the earth before. He told me who I was, about when it had been. And then he also gave me a rating of, I think it was something like a 4.2 light or something similar to that.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54A. I have a copy for counsel, a courtesy copy for the court, and then the exhibit.
Very well.
And may I have the witness shown the exhibit?
You may.
Ms. Pastenis, do you recognize this?
Yes,
Is this something that you created?
yes.
Did you create this sometime after Chad had talked to you about the prior lives?
Yes, this was something similar to what he had given me on that day. This is what Lori and Chad were teaching in regards to creations. It
And I'm going to stop you just briefly, Your Honor. I'm going to move for admission of State's Exhibit 54A.
Any objection?
Judge, I guess for demonstrative purposes, it's fine.
Ms. Blake? Are you moving to admit for demonstrative purposes?
No, I'm moving to admit as an exhibit. Ms. Pastenis has said she created this based off the teachings of Chad and Lori.
All right, so it's not being offered demonstrative, just as an exhibit, so any objection on that?
No, Judge, if it's understood that she created this, I'm fine with that.
Very well. The exhibit 54A is admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You may publish.
And Ms. Pastenis, I apologize, I cut you off there. I think you were starting to explain what we were seeing here. Can you please do so?
So Chad and Lori were teaching that in one realm of creations, there could be 5 different worlds to which one person could come to. So on this one, for example, it shows that there is one realm and one realm of creations on the left-hand side. And as you can see, it has 5 circles. So each one of those ones would be a world. And to the left, I have a arrow showing the spirit world. And one person could come to any of these worlds. And he had said that I had come to the 3rd world within this creation 5 times. To the 4th world had come 4 times. And to the 5th world, which will be the earth, which was also the lowest and the darkest of the worlds within this creation, that I had come to this earth 4 times.
And I also see a note there, Brother H.F. Jesus. Could you explain what that was?
Yeah, one time Chad had said that he was the brother of Heavenly Father and Jesus, and that in another creation, he had been the Holy Ghost.
And I also see a circle there with the word limbo. Could you explain what that represents?
Later on, they started teaching that a person could become, let me back up. When a person passes away, that there was a small time where the body is still a viable body and it could be occupied by a dark spirit or a demon, and that because the body no longer had the spirit that was originally there, but it was being occupied by a demon, that then that spirit could not move to the spirit world, that it would go into a limbo.
So the original spirit occupying the body would go to limbo.
Correct.
And when you say they were teaching, who is the they?
Chad and Lori.
Had you ever heard anything taught like that before?
No,
At that time, were you open to the idea?
somehow it was really different to me. I've never heard anything like that before. I was sort of open to it.
Had you heard of some of the concepts before of prior creations or multiple probations?
I've heard some things being said about reincarnation and things like that, but never in this manner.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Again, I have a courtesy copy for Your Honor, the exhibit, and a copy for counsel. And if I may have the witness handed a copy.
You may.
And Ms. Pastenis, can you please just look through those pages?
Have a brief sidebar with counsel, please.
Yes. Ms. Pastenis, have you had a chance to look those pages over?
Yes,
And do you recognize those?
yes, I do.
Where did they come from?
These pages come from a journal I used to keep.
And would you have been, do you remember approximately, well, let me back up. Do these contain information provided to you by Chad and Lori?
Yes,
So would you have started putting this in sometime after having met Chad and Lori?
yes.
And do you know when you quit making these journal entries in particular?
This journal was probably finished around 2019.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 54.
Any objection?
Foundation Judge, 2019 is a long year. I should be afforded some opportunity as to when these entries were made.
All right, response, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, Ms. Pastenis has identified them as her journal entries. She's indicated they would have been made in the year 2019. I think that is sufficient foundation for purposes of identifying the document and substantiating it.
All right, the court's considered the objection and the response. I am going to overrule the objection and permit the admission of Exhibit 54 based on foundation laid by the witness.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Ms. Pastenis, if I can draw your attention down there to the bottom, it says 3 phases. I think you were talking a little bit about that.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that represents?
So this is what Chad was teaching on that evening of after the the preparing of people November of 2018. He said that the translation phases were emotional, spiritual, and physical. Each one of them would go from 0 to 100%, and vibrations will go from 0 to 1,000%, I think it was. And he also shows that around 80%, there is a big test in order for you to get to the 100%, and then you move on to the next phase.
And in the time you knew Chad Daybell, would he in fact tell you vibration levels that you had?
Yes,
And did he tell you that you were going through the translation process?
yes.
And we'd previously seen another diagram where you talked about creations. Can you tell us what this is representative of?
So this right here is representative of one of those circles on that entire creation. So for example, this right here will be all of the times that a person comes to one of the worlds. So for example, this one would be Earth. And this is how a person moves up in a spiritual ascend and becomes either 1 or 2 or 3, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so on the light side, or as I have on the left-hand side, the same happens for a person if they become dark.
And so when Chad was telling you this stuff, I think you said you were given a rating of 4.2 light.
I believe that's what it was.
Who would give those ratings?
Chad would,
Who could discern light and dark?
Chad did.
And Your Honor, may I hold on to this exhibit? I intend to publish a few more, just not right now.
You may. Thank you.
Miss Pastenes, do you recall where you went to lunch with Melanie and Chad and Lori?
Firebird's restaurant in Gilbert, Arizona.
Sometime after that first lunch, did you go to a lunch there again?
Yes.
Who was present at that lunch?
Gib, Lori, and I.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe it was around February of 2019.
At some point, did Lori end up leaving Arizona?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when she left Arizona?
it was after that lunch. So probably February, March.
And Chad was not present during that lunch, is that correct?
Correct. He was not there.
During that lunch, did Lori start telling you anything?
Yes, she made a diagram similar to the one that that I had written down, and she went over the creations and the worlds, and also the ratings of people.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54B. I have a copy for the court, counsel, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I may have the witness shown the exhibit.
You may.
Ms. Pastenes, what did Lori draw the diagram on?
It was on the receipt of the lunch.
And when you look at these pages, do you recognize them?
Yeah, this is a copy of the back of the receipt because I remember I kept the receipt.
And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 54B.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 54B is admitted.
And if I may have that for publication.
Yes.
And so you said this is indicating the same type of information?
Yes.
Is this also about your prior lives?
No, I don't believe that this one is, excuse me, this one has to do again with the eternal rounds up on the top. The five worlds that one can come to. And on the bottom part is how Chad used to rate people on whether they were light or dark. So you become a 1. So we're reading from the bottom up. You become a 1 when you're in the spirit world. And then you become a 2 when you are born for the first time. And then you become a 3 when you come again, and so on and so forth. And then she put the numbers of people that would be a 2 or a 3 and so on and so forth upon the earth currently. So for example, there's I think it says billions of twos, billions of three. Only 1,200 people are 4.1 light, 4.1 light, excuse me. There's only 7,000 4.2. There is only 700 4.3. And then there would be only 1/6 light, or only one person that is 6 dark on the opposite side.
So equal number of light and dark on each level.
Yes.
And then this was also part of that same receipt.
Yes.
And can you tell us what this is depicting?
So she, Lori at this time started explaining that there were councils, and so at the top would be Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ. Then right after that, there will be a council of 12, a council of 24, a council of 48, and then so on and so forth.
And do you know where Lori was getting her information?
All of this was being given to her by Chad.
And when we talked about those different creations, did Chad ever talk to you about the term exalted?
Yes.
And what did Chad explain to you when it came to being exalted?
So exaltation means that you have you have had a probationary time, and you have become a righteous person, spiritually minded, and that you are through the atonement of Jesus Christ, you are exalted. That means that you have earned or have a place in a celestial realm.
And had you heard that type of teaching before?
Yes, I have. It is taught in the church that we can become exalted, but the way that Chad was teaching it was different. He was teaching that if you came in another world within that creation, within those 5 worlds, if you came in another world, let's say, for example, when I came in the 4th world 4 times, during that time, I had become exalted. Therefore, I had already have my place in a celestial realm. So when I came to this earth this time, I didn't need to go through a probationary time. My place was already there. I already had it. So it wasn't really a probationary time for me to be here, that I had, for example, come to just help and assist the work of God.
And if you weren't in a probationary period, did that mean anything else? Or did you ever hear Lori or Chad say anything in relation to that?
Yeah, it would mean Chad said that there wouldn't be a need for repentance if you had already been exalted in another world, that you did not need to go through a probationary time because you had already proven yourself in another world. Therefore, it didn't count for you. So Lori used to say all the time, it doesn't count for me. Or she would say, for example, to me or to other people, she was saying, it doesn't count for you either. And she would do it in such a way where she would hit something and she would say, doesn't count for me.
And again, where was Lori getting her information?
All this information is coming from Chad.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish some additional pages from State's Exhibit 54.
You may.
And I think on that back of the receipt, we saw something kind of similar to this, but can you explain what this is?
So again, these are the councils. The top will be where Jesus is at the top. Then there will be a council of 12, council of 24, and there will be a council of 48. And Chad and Lori would have been the leaders of the council of 48. And Lori and Chad were teaching that, for example, me, Serena, Christina, and all of these people that are listed here are also part of that council. And 24 here would mean that 24 are here upon the earth.
And when we see the two lines coming down, is that again a depiction of light and dark?
Correct,
So the light and dark balance out.
correct.
At some point, and we see this list here, and I guess let me clarify, when Chad designated you as part of that 48, was that on the light side?
Yes,
And I also see Serena and Christina also with you,
yes,
so also on the light side.
yes.
At some point, did their designations change?
Yes, at one time, Chad said that Serena was no longer, and that's the reason why I have a question mark right there, because Chad had said that Serena was no longer light and that she was moving towards the dark side, and that she was very, the way he said it to me was that she was a very high, like a high priestess, but she was becoming dark, so therefore she would be a very dark high priestess.
So people could move from light to dark.
That's what he was teaching, yes.
What preceded Serena moving to the dark?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to how she knows all this?
If you know what preceded Serena being deemed dark or potentially moving to the dark.
At the time, Chad didn't give any explanation of why Serena was moving towards this. It was a mystery to me at the time. But later on, I found out that Serena had questioned Chad about his teachings of no need for repentance, because to her, that was a concept that she couldn't understand and she couldn't believe. So she questioned him, and then he deemed her dark.
And at that lunch at Firebirds with Melanie Gibb and Lori, did you learn anything about Charles?
Yes, this was the first time that Laurie talked about someone being possessed by a dark spirit or a demon. This first time that I heard the idea of someone passing away and having this small window of time where a dark spirit or a demon could come into the body and take over the body. And she said that that's what had happened to Charles, and that Charles was now possessed by a dark spirit or demon named Ned.
Had you heard the term possession before?
Yeah, I had read about it in the scriptures before.
Had you heard it talked about in the way Lori was describing it?
No, not at all.
And do you know where Lori got that information?
That information came from Chad.
Had you talked to Lori about any problems she was having with Charles?
Previous to that, one time during the St. George conference, she said that they were having some financial issues, but other than that, she hadn't said that they had any issues.
After learning that Charles was dark, at some point, did you hear the term castings?
Yes. Lori said that she wanted us to meet and she wanted to teach us something. And she also said that she wanted us to do a casting out on Charles.
Did you in fact end up meeting up with Lori?
Yes. We had a meeting at my house. It was late March of 2019.
Do you know where Lori was living at that time?
She was in Hawaii.
Do you recall who was present at your house
Yes,
and who was there?
it was Christina, Nicole, Serena, Gibb, and Lori and I.
And would this have been before Serena was determined to be dark?
Yes.
Did Lori explain how the casting would work?
Yes, she said that we needed to hold hands, and she gave everyone a different part to say, and we were to just cast out the evil spirit.
And to be clear, when you're doing the casting, was Charles present?
No,
Was anything physically being done to Charles at that time?
no,
He wasn't there, no touching of Charles.
no.
Do you know where Lori learned about castings from?
In this way,
Yes.
she was learning all of this from Chad, and during that meeting, throughout the whole time, she was having communication with him as we were going through the whole casting.
So Chad wasn't present for the casting, but Lori would reach out to him.
Yes.
How did Lori determine if the casting was successful?
She had to call Chad to verify whether it was done correctly or not, or if it had worked.
And after that first casting, did Lori reach out to Chad?
Yes, she called them.
And what did Lori indicate Chad said?
She said that Chad said that it had worked and that we were successful on the casting.
Did you later learn anything in regards to Charles?
Yes, later on, she said that again, that Ned had been cast out and we had been successful at casting out, but then another dark spirit had come and taken over Charles's body. This time, the evil spirit's name was Garrett.
Did you end up participating in another casting on Charles?
Yes.
And do you recall who was at that next casting?
It was the same people, but this time Alex was there as well.
Did you learn why Alex was present at the second one, but not the first one?
At first, Chad and Lori had said that Alex was a first creation, only the first time that he had come to the earth. So he had not been in prior worlds. He had only come to this world, and this was his first time in this world. Therefore, he had a very low rating. I believe he was only like a 2 or something like that. And therefore he wasn't spiritually savvy. And then his rating changed. They said that they had found out that Alex had been in other worlds before, and that he had been exalted in other worlds before. And now his spiritual standing had changed.
And when you say they said that, is that Chad and Lori?
Correct.
So now that his spiritual status had changed, he was able to be at the casting?
Correct.
And you talked about assignments being given. Who would give those assignments?
Lori would.
Do you recall what Alex's assignment was?
He was always the warrior.
Did Alex seem to believe?
Yes.
Was that second casting successful?
Yes. Well, again, Lori called Chad to verify that he had been successful, and Chad said that he had been. And but then, just as the first time, later on, we found out that there was again that period of time where another spirit could come and possess the body, and that this time there was a very high dark spirit. There was this demon that had done this for hundreds of years and had done the same things hundreds of times or thousands of times, and that he was very experienced at doing this. And now Charles' body was possessed by a demon called Hyblos.
And while these castings were going on, was Lori with Charles? Sorry, let me back up. Not during the castings, but during that time frame, was Lori with Charles?
Only when we were doing castings for Hyblos, Lori had moved during their separation when Lori went to Hawaii. Charles had moved to Texas, and Lori had moved back to Texas with him.
Did you ever ask her why she was with him, if she thought he was possessed?
Well, yeah, it seemed really weird to me that after all the problems that they had had and all the fighting that happened and the separation um, and him being possessed or whatever, that she would moved over to Texas and go live with him.
And what did she tell you when you asked?
She said she needed to take care of some finances, of her finances.
During the time of the castings, do you recall a group, the Seven Gatherers?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the Seven Gatherers was?
It was a group of girls that would get together to sometimes to share information, but we also got together to do castings together via Zoom while Lori was in Texas.
And did you all share an email
Yes,
and you could share information?
yes,
Do you recall who was part of the Seven Gatherers?
yes. It was Christina, Nicole, Serena, Gibb, Melanie Pulaski, Lori, and I.
So only women were part of that group.
Correct.
Where would you get your information from? Or the women of that group, who would they turn to for answers?
Most of the time we would turn to Lori for answers. There was sometimes when I would reach out directly to Chad for answers as well.
And again, do you know where Lori would get her information?
She always got her information from Chad.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish more of States 54.
You may publish.
And Ms. Pastenis, can you tell us what we're seeing on this page, looking first to the top part?
Yes, so this would be the order in which a casting would be performed. The first one would be by the order of the priesthood. Then 2 would be the spell and encapsulate, cast out, burn, scorter and sealed. Then the spell, banish, expel, eject, purge, and evict.
So was this all part of the casting, or was this an order of things that you'd try first?
This was done during the casting.
And on this page, are we essentially seeing the same 7 steps?
Yes. Mhm.
And again, when you were participating in the castings, was the person physically present that you were trying to cast for?
No, we were in Arizona. Lori was in Texas and Charles was in Texas.
And if a casting was ultimately successful, did you learn what would happen to the body?
The body will die.
Were the teachings of Chad and Lori, were they evolving?
Yes.
Would you get more information or different information over time?
Yes, it was, at the beginning, it was like, just a small, part of information. And then, there was more given and different things, and then more given and different things being taught.
And you were talking about the castings on Hiplos or Iplos.
Mhm.
Do you recall if those castings were successful?
They never were.
Did you end up learning that Charles was killed?
Yes,
Do you know approximately when Charles was killed? Do you recall?
it was, July 11th of 2019.
Do you recall how you learned of Charles' death?
Yes, Lori asked me to come to her house the day after. And that's when she told me.
When you saw Lori the day after, how did she seem to you?
She seemed quiet, perhaps a little somber.
Was Alex present when you went to Lori's house?
Yes, he was there.
And how did Alex seem?
Normal.
When you say Lori seemed somber, did she seem sad?
No,
Did Lori or Alex tell you what had happened?
yes, Lori told me that Charles had come over to pick up JJ to take him to school. And when he went to put him in the car, he had left his phone inside of the house. And Lori picked up his phone and started looking through it. And Charles came back inside and demanded his phone. Lori didn't want to give it to him. So they started fighting over the phone. And Alex was there, and Tylee was there as well. Tylee walks into the room with a bat, asking or telling Charles to leave. Charles took the bat away from Tylee and hit Alex on the back of the head with the bat. And Alex took his gun out and shot Charles.
You said Alex seemed normal.
Yes.
Did you talk to Alex about what he thought in relation to Charles?
Yeah, I asked him how he was doing. I asked him, "Are you okay?" And he asked me why. I said, "Well, because you just shot somebody yesterday." And he looked at me and he said,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's hearsay.
Co-conspirator, Your Honor.
Based on the response of the state, I find it is an exception, so that's overruled.
Alex said, "So am I. He was a zombie."
Did Alex seem to truly believe what Chad was telling him?
100%.
Do you recall seeing Chad that next month or in August of 2019?
Yes.
And where was Chad when you saw him?
He came to Arizona and he came to Lori's house and he was staying there.
And did you have an opportunity to observe he and Lori together?
Yes.
And how did they seem?
They were physically romantic. They were holding hands. She was sitting on his lap. They were hugging and touching each other like girlfriend and boyfriend.
Had you ever seen them that physical with each other before?
This was the first time.
Do you know if Tammy was still alive?
Tammy was still alive.
Did you ask Chad about that at all?
Yeah, I asked because he was still married and I asked why they were together like that when he was still married, and he said that they had been married to each other 7 times before in other lives, and they had been exalted before together in other creation, in other worlds, and that they were to be together in this life because they had a mission together, and that their spouses would understand because of the mission that they needed to complete. And then the topic of it didn't count for them again came up. And this is another of the times when Lori said, it doesn't count for me.
So did Chad and Lori say they'd both been exalted before?
Yes.
Was there any indication that Tammy may die?
Chad said that Tammy was going to die early, and that he had related before that he had a portal in his house where he would get information or communication from the spirit world, where he would get instructions and information and knowledge, and that through this portal he was getting information such as that Tammy was going to die soon.
Had you ever heard of portals in the way Chad was talking about them?
No.
Do you know at any point if Lori had a portal?
Yes, she said that that Chad had created a portal for her in her closet, and this is where they would communicate with each other.
And you said Chad talked about that he and Lori had been together in other lives.
Yes.
Did they talk about what their mission was here on this earth?
Their mission in this life was to build Zion, and they were to gather the 144,000.
And was the indication they were supposed to gather the 144,000?
Correct.
So would that indicate that they're somewhere in the leadership?
Yes, they did say that they were the leaders of that council.
Did Chad ever talk to you about the Church of the Firstborn?
Yes.
What did he relate to you about that?
So he said that he was the head of the Church of the Firstborn, and that he was the one who was gathering those who belonged to that church.
And at the time you were there in August, were JJ and Tylee there?
Yes.
Do you recall anyone talking about JJ dying young or dying soon?
Yeah, during this meeting, Chad said that JJ was going to die young, that he was probably going to die soon, and that he was going to come right back to Earth as Colby's son.
And who is Colby?
Lori's son.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. Would you like to take the morning break now? Or would you like me to continue a little further?
Maybe just 5 or 10 more minutes.
At that meeting in August, do you recall getting a blessing?
Yes,
Who gave you the blessing?
Chad.
Do you recall some of what he said in the blessing?
Yes, in this blessing, he said that he was speaking from the things that Jesus Christ was telling him to say, and that I needed to move to Rexburg. And that I was going to get married soon.
At that time, did you have any ties to Rexburg?
None.
Do you recall Alex receiving a blessing?
Yes, I was not there for his blessing because I got there late. But Alex told me about what Chad had told him in his blessing.
What did Alex relay to you?
He said that he had also told him to move to Rexburg and that he was going to be a warrior and that he was going to be one of the warriors that was going to fight because there was going to be invasions from other countries into the United States, and that Rexburg was going to be a place of safety, and that Alex was going to play a key role in being one of the warriors and defenders of that area.
How did Alex seem to feel about that information?
He bought into it 100%, so much that Chad was leaving the following day to go back to Rexburg. And right then, and then Alex booked a flight to come back to Rexburg with Chad so that he could see the sights and see where he was going to be moving.
Did Chad share with you why Rexburg? Was there something special about Rexburg?
Yeah, he said that it was a place of refuge. He said that the church had designed this area to be like a second headquarters.
During that August visit, did you observe Chad and Alex together?
Yeah, they were talking to each other and like they were acting as if they were, good friends.
Had you seen that type of interaction between the two of them before?
No,
And this is shortly after Charles' death?
yes, this is right after Charles passed away.
And who was it that could discern light and dark if someone was light and dark?
Chad,
At some point, did you hear the term zombie?
yes.
Do you recall who introduced that term or where you heard it?
I think the first time I ever heard it was Santa lunch with Gib at Fireverse in February of 2019. But then the term kept coming up in regards to people being possessed.
Did Alex believe that there were zombies?
Oh, yeah.
Did Alex ever say anything to you about what he would want done if he became a zombie?
He told me, Sulema, if I ever turn into a zombie, just shoot me in the face.
Did you learn that Lori eventually moved to Rexburg?
Yes.
Do you know who moved with her when she went?
Tylee, JJ, and Alex.
Do you recall approximately when she moved?
It was at the end of August of 2019.
Were you dating Alex at the time he moved?
We had gone on one date.
At some point, well, let me back up. Did Lori ever talk to you about how she was going to financially support herself?
I asked her, what are you going to do in Rexburg? You don't have a job. What are you going to do there? How are you going to support yourself? And she told me that Tylee was receiving Social Security benefits because her father had passed away before she was 18. And JJ was receiving Social Security benefits because of Charles's death. And since her and Charles had been married for more than 10 years, she was also receiving Social Security benefits. Therefore, she was receiving close to $6,000 a month, and that's what she was going to live off.
Did she ever talk to you about Charles' life insurance?
Yeah, several times.
What did she tell you in regards to that?
She told me that if anything ever happened to Charles, that he had $1 million life insurance, and she was the beneficiary of it.
Did you learn if she ultimately got that money?
She later on told me that she was very upset that Charles had changed the beneficiary of the life insurance and before he died, and that she was no longer going to get the $1 million.
And again, when you were doing castings on Hiplos, Lori had told you that she got back with Charles to figure out finances.
Yeah, her finances.
Was that shortly before his death?
Yes, this is when she moved to Texas.
After Lori and Alex and the kids moved, did you end up visiting Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, early September.
And when you came to visit in September, was that September of 2019?
Correct.
Where did you stay?
In Alex's apartment.
Did you visit Lori's apartment as well?
Yes.
While you were there, did you see Tylee?
No, she was not there.
Did you ask Lori where she was?
Yes, I did. When it got to be the evening, I asked her, I said, hey, where's Tylee? And she said, well, she had to be free, meaning Tylee had to be free. And when I went to ask her her to explain what that meant or what she meant by that, she put her hand against my face and said, "Don't ask."
Did she ever provide you any additional information as to where Tylee was?
No.
Did you see JJ while you were there?
Yes, he was there.
Do you recall anyone ever talking to you about Tylee being dark?
Yeah, before Lori moved to Rexburg, she had mentioned a couple of times that Tylee had been possessed by a dark spirit named Hillary
Do you know where Lori received that information?
from Chad.
Do you recall hearing anything about JJ being attacked by demons?
Yeah, before they moved to Rexburg, Lori was saying that in the middle of the night, JJ was being attacked by dark spirits, and that they couldn't get him, so they would be going into the JJ's service dog.
And when you say they couldn't get him, the dark spirits couldn't get JJ?
Mhm,
So they
yes.
went into the dog?
mhm.
Do you know what happened with JJ's service dog?
I believe Lori gave him back to where he had been trained. She got rid of him.
Did you ever hear JJ referred to as dark or possessed?
Um, After Gib visited Rexburg, when she came back, I went to her house, and she told me that during her trip, she had found out that JJ was now possessed by a dark spirit and that he had become a zombie.
And Gibbs' trip would have been after your trip to Rexburg, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see Chad while you were in Rexburg?
Yes.
And do you recall, well, let me back up. Was Tammy still alive during this time?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked to do something so Chad could come over?
Yes, he asked me to live and to send him a text asking him to come and see me speak about my recent trip, and that I was inviting him to come and see me speak.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And did Chad come over?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to observe Chad and Lori together?
Yes.
And what were their interactions?
They were holding hands, they were hugging, sitting on the couch with their legs entangled, just very physically romantic.
While you were there, did you also take a trip to Mesa Falls?
Yes.
Do you recall who went?
It was Alex, Lori, Chad, and I.
Did you make any observations of Chad and Lori on that trip?
Yes, they were. Alex was driving. I was sitting in the front seat, and Chad and Lori were in the back seat, and they were hugging and kissing and romantically physical.
While you were visiting, did you receive a blessing?
Yes,
Who gave you the blessing?
Chad.
And do you recall some of what he said in the blessing?
Yes, in this blessing, he said, Jesus Christ is standing right next to me, and he is saying this to you. All of your sins are forgiven, and he is telling you that it is time for you to leave Babylon and to move to Rexburg.
Had you previously indicated you didn't think you wanted to move to Rexburg?
Plenty of times, but they kept on insisting, being very forceful that I moved to Rexburg.
And at this time, were you actually dating Alex Cox?
We were being friends and getting to know each other, so not dating.
Did Chad also give Alex a blessing?
Yes.
And do you recall some of what was in Alex's blessing?
He also started the same way, saying that Jesus Christ was standing right next to him and that he was giving him the words to say to Alex. And he was telling him that he was very pleased with him and that all of his sins were forgiven.
How did Alex react to that blessing?
He started sobbing.
And Your Honor, it would now be a good time to break.
I believe it would. Okay, we'll take the mid-morning recess at this time. Let's go just under half an hour if we can, so about 10:35 or so, we'll come back on for additional testimony.
All right, please. District Court's again in session.
Thank you. Please, actually, we've got the jurors, I think, lined up. So to save time, we'll just remain standing. Thank you. We can have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir. All right, please. Good job, President Counter, for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We concluded our mid-morning recess. Ms. Pastenes is on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony on direct. Ms. Blake, you may continue with inquiry.
Thank you. And Ms. Pastenis, before we broke, I was talking to you about some blessings that you and Alex had been given by Chad in September of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And again, part of the blessing was that you were to move to Rexburg. Do you recall saying that?
yes,
Did you have any intention to move to Rexburg?
no,
Did you have any ties to Rexburg outside of Lori, Chad, and Alex?
no,
Did you have a job in Rexburg?
no.
Did you end up talking to Chad or Lori about that, the fact that you didn't have a job?
After their insistence of me moving to Rexburg, over and over again, I said, what could I possibly do in Rexburg? I don't have a job there. My skills and my past experience won't match anything that is there. I don't have a job, family ties to anything in Rexburg. Especially, how would I even support myself?
And do you recall Lori or Chad telling you something in regards to that?
Yeah, Lori said to me, "Oh, don't worry about it. Melly has enough money for all of us."
When she said Melly or Melanie, do you know who she was referencing?
Melanie Pulaski.
Did you ever talk to Melanie about that at a later time?
Yeah, after Alex passed away.
Did Melanie seem to know anything about the plan for her to financially support people?
No, she had no idea.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8M through O. I think I am short a copy on this one, though, so I do have a copy for, actually, I do have 3 copies. So I do have a copy for defense, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and a copy for the record.
Thank you.
And if I can have the witness shown a copy.
You may.
And Ms. Pastenis, would you just look at those documents or that document? Do you recognize those pages?
Yes,
And do you recall where you've seen them before?
some of this information was in Chad's laptop, and some of these papers were also in Lori's apartment.
And were they in Lori's apartment when you went to visit in September?
Yeah,
And the part that you said was on Chad's computer, is that the typing part?
Yes, without the notes.
And then were the handwritten notes on the documents that you saw in Lori's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for admission of States Exhibit M through O.
Any objection?
What your native objection, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Pastenes? Ms. Pastenes? How do you have knowledge about what's on Chad's computer?
He showed us his computer when we were in a meeting in Lori's house in early August of 2019.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, so these are exhibits 8, M, N, and O.
Yes,
They're admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. May I be handed those exhibits for publication?
Yes.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may publish.
And I will indicate for the record, I am publishing States Exhibit 8M. And I don't know if that, can you read that at all, Ms. Pastenes?
Yes, some of it.
And mainly looking at, well, looking at the first page, there's some handwritten names there. The page off to the left-hand side. Can you see those handwritten names?
Yes.
Do you know who that first name would reference?
One of Chad's children.
And are some of Chad's other children's names written on there?
Yes.
And then when we look at the page on the right-hand side, do you see reference to the Cox family?
Yes.
And are there ratings provided for that family?
Yes.
Do you know who provided the ratings again?
All of these ratings were provided by Chad.
And when Chad was providing the ratings, were people in Lori's family rated as dark?
Many of them.
What about Chad's family?
All of his children were light, were rated as light.
And his children aren't depicted on here, correct? Their rating level.
No, I don't see it here.
So Chad's kids were all light, correct?
Yes.
And at least 2 of Lori's children were dark.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's becoming leading.
Sustain.
Was JJ labeled dark? At some point, I don't know if it's depicted on here.
At some point, yes, he was depicted as becoming a zombie.
And at some point, was Tylee Ryan labeled as dark?
Yes, it's right here. And she was also deemed a zombie, and she had been possessed.
And now publishing States Exhibit 8N. Trying to zoom in without making it blurry. Do you see on the right-hand side where it says James and Elena?
Yes.
Do you know who James was in reference to?
Chad said that he was James at a prior life.
And do you know who Elena is in reference to?
Then Elena would have been Lori.
And it looks like under that, it indicates 7 children.
Yes.
And then do you recognize some of the names of the individuals identified as having been Chad and Lori's children?
Yes, I do.
And which names do you recognize?
Melanie Boudreau or Pulaski, JJ Vallow.
And at the time this document was created, JJ Vallow is depicted as light.
Correct.
And you first saw these documents on Chad's computer?
I believe that I don't recall where I saw them first or second. I just know that I saw them in paper form, and also I saw these ratings in Chad's computer.
Did anything strike you as odd with the rankings in Chad's family versus Lori's family?
Yeah, all of Chad's family was light, and seems like so many of Lori's family was dark.
Did you ever hear anyone talk about the Book of Life?
Yes.
And what did you hear in relation to that?
Chad had said that he had access to the Book of Life, so therefore he could read someone's life per se. So he could read someone's past, present, and future in this book.
Did he ever show that book to you?
No.
Did you ever hear that Tammy was dark?
Yes. That she had been possessed by a demon, and that she had also become a zombie.
Did you ever participate in a casting on Tammy?
Yes, once.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was October 9th of 2019.
Do you recall where the casting took place?
It was at Melanie Pulaski's house. Lori had contacted me earlier that day and said that she needed my help with something, that she was in town and that she was at Melanie's house and that she wanted me to come over there that evening. So I went there.
Did Lori indicate anything to you in relation to knowledge of castings?
She said that they had been given some new information on how to do castings, and that this time that we were going to use the Cosmos to do this casting, and that's how we were going to proceed.
And when you say they, is that Chad and Lori?
Yeah, usually when she would refer to they, like it would mean her and Chad had new information.
Who participated in that casting on Tammy?
It was just me and Lori.
Did you end up learning something had occurred in Idaho around the same time you were conducting the casting?
Much later, I put two and two together that was the same night that someone had attempted to shoot Tammy.
After the casting, did you hear Lori on the phone?
Yes, she was on a phone call afterwards.
How did she appear?
she was extremely angry. She was irate. I had never seen her that upset. She was like it's scary angry. And she was calling whoever she was on the phone with, she was calling this person names like moron, idiot, stupid, and very, very, very angry.
And after she got off that phone call, did she say anything to you?
Yeah, right after she hung up the phone, she said, idiot, can't do anything by himself.
Did you talk to Alex on October 9th of 2019?
Yes,
What were the two of you talking about?
he had, I had been talking to him about getting a new car, and I had just barely got my new car, and we were talking about my new car.
Did Alex talk to you? Did you talk to Alex at all about the casting?
No,
Did he talk to you about what he'd done that night?
no,
At some point, did you learn that Tammy Daybell had passed away?
yes.
Do you recall how you learned that?
Give called me that day, and she told me that Tammy had passed away the night before.
Did you end up talking to Lori about Tammy's death?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that Chad and her had received some new information that had been given to them by angels that taught them how to do a casting to finally be the way that it will be successful to finally cast out a demon.
And did she say that's what had happened with Tammy?
Yes,
And again, if a casting's successful, what would happen to the body?
the body will die.
And do you recall where you were around October 19th of 2019? What state you were in? Let me
I was in Arizona at home.
After Tammy passed away, did Lori talk to you about what her plans, what she and Chad's plans were?
She told me that the day after Tammy's funeral, Chad was going to be moving into her apartment.
Had either of them ever talked to you about a plan to be together?
Yeah, from the beginning, they both talked about how they needed to be together to start their missions of building Zion and gathering the 144,000, and that they were going to be eventually together.
At some point, did you and Alex officially start dating?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I was October 31st of 2019. It was Halloween night.
And at some point, did you and Alex get engaged?
Yes,
Do you recall when?
it was November 7th.
And do you recall where you were located when you and Alex got engaged?
We were in his apartment in Rexburg.
Were Chad and Lori there in Rexburg on November 7th?
No, they were gone.
Did Alex give you an engagement ring?
Yes,
What kind of stone did it have?
it was a diamond ring,
And what ring size are you?
5.
At some point, did you learn where Chad and Lori were around November 7th?
We didn't know where they were at, but then during that visit, we received pictures of Chad and Lori getting married in the beach in Hawaii.
At some point, did you see Chad and Lori again in Arizona?
Yes.
Do you recall where that was?
They were coming back from Hawaii. They had a layover in Gilbert, and they were staying at a hotel near my house. And they asked me to come over, have dinner with them, and then drop them off at the airport.
And did you end up doing that?
Yes.
When you saw Chad and Lori, was Tylee with them?
No.
Was JJ with them?
No.
Did you ask them about where Tylee or JJ were?
I asked if they were in Hawaii, where was JJ at? And she told me that she had given JJ to Kay to take care of him.
How did Chad and Lori appear when you met with them?
They were acting like newlyweds. You know, they couldn't keep their hands from each other.
Did either of them appear sad?
Oh no, they were very happy and giggly and very happy.
Do you recall when you met with them, Chad showing you some kind of a pendulum?
Yeah, I asked something. I can't recall what it was, and I remember him taking the pendulum from his back pocket, and he waved it around and said, "We could ask."
Did you end up having him do ask any questions with the pendulum?
No, I said no, thank you.
Had you ever seen that before?
No, that was the first time.
So you were asking Chad for advice or answers to something at that time?
I don't recall whether I was asking for answers or anything. I just remember asking a question and he wanted to answer it with the pendulum.
Would you turn to Chad at times for answers to questions you had?
Yes,
And a lot of times were those in relation to some kind of spiritual things?
yes.
Were they in relation to people being light or dark?
At times, yes.
And you and Alex were engaged on November 7th in Rexburg,
Yes.
correct? Was
Mhm.
Alex still living in Rexburg in November?
Yes,
And were you still living in Arizona?
yes.
Did Alex end up traveling down to see you sometime later in November?
Yes, he came down to spend Thanksgiving at my house.
Did you talk to Alex about whether or not he'd been in contact with Chad and Lori?
He told me that he had seen them right before he came down to Arizona, but then after that, they weren't answering his texts or his calls.
How did he seem about that?
He was very upset.
Do you recall him saying anything in regards to help he'd provided them?
He said, can you believe that they're being such jerks now that after I helped them, now they don't even want to talk to me?
Had Alex relied on Lori and Chad for answers?
Oh, for everything.
Had he relied on them for guidance?
Yes.
How would you describe Alex and Lori's relationship?
Um, They were very close to each other. Um, Chad had told Alex that the only reason why he had come to this earth at this time was to be Lori's protector. And he really took that to heart and believed it. So he believed that he needed to protect his sister, and he was there to do that.
And how would you describe Chad and Alex's relationship?
Well, at first they didn't really have a conversation because, like, when I saw them after the conference in November of 2018, they weren't even talking at that time. But then in August of 2019, when we were at Lori's house, they were very close to each other. They were like really good friends, and they were making plans of, going to Rexburg together. And after that, they were just very close.
Did Alex believe what Chad told him?
Oh, 100%.
Would Alex do what Chad asked?
Yeah, especially because he would tell him what to do through a blessing and tell him that it was Jesus Christ, the one that was telling him to do that, such as moving to Rexburg.
And did Chad give Alex quite a few blessings?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn Tylee and JJ had been listed as missing?
Yes.
Do you recall how you learned that?
Melanie called me to tell me that that the kids were missing.
Did you talk to Alex about that?
Yes.
What did he say?
He didn't offer any information. I The last information I had from Lori was that JJ was with Kay, and then Kay was the one that was asking for a welfare check for JJ. So then I asked him, I said, well, why is Kay asking for a welfare check on JJ if she's the one that has JJ? And Alex just said, yeah, huh? That was all the answer he gave me.
Did Alex ever talk to you about having received a patriarchal blessing from Chad?
Yes, when he came down for Thanksgiving, he had typed up a piece of paper and he read the patriarchal blessing that Chad had given him.
Did he share it with you?
Yes.
Did Alex seem to believe what Chad had said?
Yeah. When he was reading it to me, he was crying as he was reading it to me because he really believed what it was there.
Did Alex pass away?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
It was December 12th, 2019.
Prior to his death, had Alex taken a trip to Mexico?
Yes, the Saturday before, he said that he was going to go to Mexico for the day. He left in the morning, and he was fine. And then he came back Saturday evening, and he was sick when he came back.
Do you recall Alex getting a call on December 11th prior to his death?
Yes, Chad and Lori called him to tell him that Tammy's body was being exhumed.
Did you ask Alex about the exhumation?
Yeah, it seemed very strange to me that why would they be exhuming Tammy's body? So I asked him, and it seemed really weird too that Lori and Chad were calling him to tell him that the body was being exhumed. Seemed very odd and weird to me. So I asked him, I said, they're exhuming Tammy's body. If they exhume her body, are you going to be tied to anything that happened to Tammy? And he said, no.
And in relation to the call from Lori and Chad, did he make any other statements after he got off the phone?
His demeanor changed quite a bit. Alex was the kind of person that is really, he's always talking and joking and laughing, and he could just fill the whole entire room. And after the call, his demeanor just changed completely. He was very quiet. He was very somber. He was just to himself. And he started saying certain things to me that didn't make any sense at the time. So one of the things that he said is, "I think being their, I'm going to be their fall guy." And I asked him what that meant, if he could explain to me what he was saying to me, and he wouldn't say anything to me. I was very frustrated with him because he wouldn't say anything. So I would walk away, and then he would say something else, and then I would walk back into the room and try to get him to explain to me again, what do you mean by that? And he wouldn't say anything else. So one of the things he said was, I think I'm being their fall guy. And then as I was walking out of the room after he's not explaining anything to me, he said, "Sulema, either I am a man of God or I am not."
And that was after getting off the phone call with Chad and Lori.
Yes.
When Chad had talked to you about some of your past lives, did he ever tell you how you died in past lives?
Yes, he told me that at one time I had come during the time that Jesus Christ was upon the earth, when he had come to the Americas, and that I had been killed with Lori at the same time, and that I had been killed in a very violent way, where I had been raped and killed, and my body had been dismembered.
At some point, did you learn where the remains of Tylee Ryan were located?
Yes,
And where was that?
Chad's backyard.
Did you learn where the remains of JJ Vallow were located?
Yes,
Where was that?
Chad's backyard.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That concludes the direct examination. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Pastenes.
Good morning.
Ms. Pastenes, the prosecuting attorney brought up the topic of the seven gatherers.
Yes,
That has a unique context in that it talks about seven people. Is that right?
yes.
And the seven people that were members of the seven gatherers would have been who, ma'am?
Um, Nicole, Christina, Serena, Gib, Melanie Pulaski, Laurie, and I.
So was this an organization that you ladies had organized to talk about religious topics?
It was a group to share information with, and also we were together in Zoom meetings doing castings.
Okay. And when you talk about these seven gatherers and you say that it was, again, it was Melanie Gibb, is that right?
Yes,
And it was Melanie Boudreau, AKA Pulowski, correct?
correct,
Someone named Serena.
correct.
Was April Raymond part of that?
No,
Okay. Nicole,
yes,
Christina.
yes.
Okay. And what it was is you shared a common website of some kind or a way to communicate with each other?
An email address.
Okay. And you all use that as a means of communicating with each other. Is that correct?
Sending information to each other.
And that information included information about various articles and periodicals that talked about various subjects. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. And there is no doubt that all of you knew about this organization called the Seven Gatherers. Is that right?
yes,
You were all very familiar with the word the Seven Gatherers, correct?
yes.
There's no confusion about that. So if I were to go to Melanie Gibb and ask her,
Your Honor, argumentative, asked and answered.
Sustained.
did you talk to Melanie Gibb about this topic of the Seven Gatherers?
No, not necessarily.
Did you communicate with her through email about the organization that you put together called the Seven Gatherers?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony.
Sustained.
In what manner would you communicate with Melanie and the others about this group called the Seven Gatherers?
Um, I don't think that we could, that I could call it a way of communication with each other. One of the girls made a email address and said that we could send things to each other through that email. And there was a couple of emails that went back and forth in that email address, but it wasn't something that was discussed or that we had made it into an entity or anything like that. It was just an email address that was formed and a couple of people sent a couple of emails there.
And do you know who formed that Seven Gatherers email?
I believe it was Christina, but I am not 100% sure.
And could you tell me, how did you go about signing up as someone who was willing to receive and send out all of this information about the Seven Gatherers?
Could you explain your question to me?
Sure, I'll ask it again. How did you come about signing up as someone who would receive emails or correspondence with this Seven Gatherers?
The email address and the password was shared within the all of the girls.
How was that done? Did you folks talk about it? Or was it just something that you just agreed we're gonna put this together and communicate?
The person that put it together gave the name of the email address and then gave the password to everyone.
And did you have an occasion to contribute articles to this Seven Gatherers email?
I don't remember. I don't recall if I did or not.
Did Melanie Gibb, do you recall ever getting anything from Melanie Gibb saying that she contributed articles or correspondence to the seven gatherers?
It is possible, but I don't recall.
You don't have any memory of that, is that right?
No.
Okay. Do you have any memory of anybody ever sending any articles to the seven gatherers?
I know that there was a couple of articles that were sent in there, but I don't remember who sent them or what they were about.
And again, those articles that were put in there would have been shared with all of the ladies who were, is members the right term when I'm describing the people who were listed as receiving emails on the seven gatherers? Would that be the correct term, members?
I would say that they were the people who had access to the email address,
Okay, so you wouldn't call them members.
not necessarily. It wasn't like it was a club. It was just a email address that was shared within all of us
For purposes of the 7U to discuss religious topics, correct?
to send information or religious topics.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, as far as we mentioned Melanie Gibb, when did you first meet Melanie Gibb?
When I moved to a house that was very near where Gibb used to live, and then I started attending the same ward that she attended.
And when was that?
I believe it was 2017.
Did at that point you develop a relationship with Miss Gibb?
Not at the beginning. I knew her from church and I had said hello to her a couple of times, but we had not become friends.
So prior to the St. George gathering or meeting that all of you went to, how long had you known Melanie Gibb?
I'm going to say approximately a year.
And were you aware of some of the classes or teachings that Melanie Gibb participated in?
She invited me to one of her meetings that she was having at her house.
And when was that?
I want to say that it was probably around September of 2018.
And that was prior to you knowing Lori Vallow and knowing Chad Daybell, is that right?
Actually, at that meeting was when I met Lori.
Okay. Well, you jumped me on that a little bit, but was the next question. You met Lori at this September meeting for the first time, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of this meeting that Melanie Gibb had put together was for what?
It was so that Lori was going to speak at that meeting and that she was going to share her testimony.
Okay, and her testimony about what?
During this meeting, she related that she was having visitations from angels. She had visitations from the angel Moroni. And she also said that she was a personal witness of Jesus Christ, which meant that she had actually had a personal, physical meeting with Jesus Christ.
Okay, and that was prior to her ever meeting Chad Daybell, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then did Melanie Gibb offer any testimony at that meeting that Melanie organized?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then subsequent, now you had met Chad Daybell in Mesa at some point prior to the November St. George meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that just a meeting or did you have a conversation with him?
It was a conference in Mesa, and Chad was speaking. I came to see the conference, and afterwards I spoke to him very briefly while I was buying a couple of his books.
Okay. So these conferences were opportunities for people who um, have certain knowledge about religious topics to offer their opinions about religious topics. Would that be fair?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell was one of those and you're aware he's an author, correct?
yes,
You bought a couple of his books at the Mesa conference, right?
yes.
And how many speakers? Do you recall how many speakers were at this Mesa conference?
I don't remember exactly, but I know that there was at least 3 or 4 speakers.
And the theme of that conference in November of 2018 would have been of what topic?
It was a preparing a people conference, and usually at these conferences, they had topics such as how to prepare for emergencies and to prepare for the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so it's a topic of a religious nature. That would be fair, correct?
Yes.
And are there other topics? Are there topics about energy work that are conducted at these conferences?
No.
Okay. So it's all the speakers that are there are talking about the second coming and how to prepare for the second coming and steps you can take as part of that preparation. Would that be fair?
Yes, there was steps on what to do to be prepared physically and spiritually. And one of the things that Chad was speaking about was Chad spoke about having a couple of near-death experiences, and he said that after those near-death experiences, he practically didn't have a veil, which meant that he could actually see to the spirit world and speak with spirits, and that he had said that he had information about places of safety for when things were going to get really bad right before the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were, at some point, you had some difficulty and you were concerned about, based on your skills and past experience, being able to find employment in the Rexburg area. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your skill and experiences in what?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Your skills and experiences in what?
In all of the jobs that I've had before, do you want to know what I've done before
Yeah,
in
well,
a
yeah.
job?
Yes, if you would mind.
I've worked in corporate America, in a insurance company as a manager of services department. I have worked as a instructional assistant in grade school, and I currently work for vocational rehabilitation.
So you consider yourself a reasonably educated person,
Yes,
and you consider yourself someone who has the ability to teach other people about various topics. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't consider myself a person that can teach others. I know how to train people with disabilities.
Okay. What about the ability to judge people's character and matters such as that?
I believe that I have been an overly trusting person.
Okay. Okay. And when you say that you were overly trusting, you're saying that all of this discussion about religion somehow tricked you into following a certain path. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony and counsel's testify.
Sustained.
Is it your suggestion that in somehow Chad and Lori tricked you into believing all of these religious beliefs?
I trusted them and I believed them.
Okay. Now, as part of your cooperation in this case, were you provided any guarantees of immunity regarding any of your testimony?
Yes,
And you were granted an immunity agreement from being prosecuted for anything that you may provide to the police. Is that correct?
yes.
And do you recall the number of times you've spoken to law enforcement about this case?
No, I don't remember how many times.
Are you aware that on at least 4 occasions you talked to the Rexburg police in your home area of Arizona? Do you recall that?
Yes, I have spoken to law enforcement several times.
Do you remember which law enforcement officer you spoke to particularly?
I've spoken to many.
Okay. There was also some mention about Lori and you said Gibb started a podcast at some point uh, in the beginning stages of you meeting them. Is that right?
Yes,
And uh, which one of those? Do you recall which one of those started the podcast?
no,
Okay. And do you know what the subject of the podcast would have been?
I know that they had some guests on their podcast, and usually it was about spiritual things.
Okay. And that podcast was prior to meeting Chad Daybell. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I know it was after Lori met Chad Daybell in St. George.
Okay. And at the time of the meeting between Lori and Chad at St. George, Chad was there to speak and sell books. Is that what you recall?
In St. George?
Yes.
Yes, he was there to speak and to sell books.
And if I understood your testimony prior to this, you indicated that, and I don't want to mischaracterize, that Lori was pursuing Chad at that point?
She was very flirtatious towards him.
Okay. Okay. Would you say that she was the aggressor in that situation when you observed it?
Yes,
Okay. And she was trying to impress him.
she was flirting with him.
Okay. You talked about a situation with a basketball game or a basketball that Lori Vallow was shooting or involved in a basketball court or something at one of the homes. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes,
Okay, and was that at Lori's home?
yes,
And Chad was invited there to be a speaker for that particular weekend?
yes. He came down for the Preparing a People conference, and this was after the conference at Lori's house.
And how many people were staying at Lori's house at that particular conference?
Several.
Several, meaning how many?
Probably about 4 or 5 people.
And at that point, there was no indication that there was any romantic interest between them. Is that correct?
It didn't appear to be.
Okay. Did it appear to you at the basketball that Lori was being flirtatious again when she was talking to Chad about playing basketball?
Yes,
And initially Chad chose to walk off with you. Is that what you recall?
yes.
And Lori asked him, and please, if I misquote this, please correct me. Are you scared of me? And
Mhm.
that's what she said to him? Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Did you understand what she meant by that?
Um, what it meant to me was that she was asking him if he was scared of being alone with her.
Okay. Did you hear Chad respond?
He didn't respond.
Did he walk away?
He did.
Okay. So from that, did you gather that he wasn't interested, or did you come to some other conclusion?
My conclusion was that he was playing it safe.
Okay. So at that point, again, you would would it be fair for you to come to the conclusion that he was not engaging in this one-sided flirtatious?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, move to strike.
Sustained.
Did you gather from that that Lori was being flirtatious and that Chad was not receptive to that flirtatious offer?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion again about blessings. And blessings, and I guess I didn't ask this, but the religious matters that you spoke about are part of your LDS faith. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your LDS faith, blessings are not something particularly unusual, correct?
No, they're not.
In fact, it's not uncommon for people to offer blessings to each other as day-to-day life in your LDS faith. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about light and dark.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that anybody can have the ability to determine whether someone's light or dark?
No.
So so you believe that it's just Chad Daybell who can determine whether someone's light or dark. Is that right?
I couldn't say that it is me, the one that has determined that is Chad, only the one that can do that. It was because Chad was the one that said that he had access to his portal, and through his portal, he was getting information from the spirit world about things such as light and dark and people.
So so based on that answer, then it would not be an ordinary power to be able to determine whether someone was light or dark, correct?
No, it wouldn't be an ordinary thing to do.
Okay. And in terms of powers and roles, you talked about Alex Cox having the power as the warrior or the protector. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did you or were you advised that you had any special or do you believe you have any specific power or ability?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Sustained.
Do you believe you have any special gift?
no,
You don't believe that you can predict the weather?
no,
Have you ever been advised or told that you could predict the weather?
yes.
And who told you that?
Chad and Lori,
Okay. And did you believe them when they told you that you had the ability to predict the weather?
I was open to the idea.
Okay. Did you ever try to exercise that power of your ability to predict the weather?
Yes, because Chad told me to practice.
Okay. And who did you practice on?
I don't understand your question.
Well, Chad, you said Chad claimed to have told you to predict your gift of predicting the weather. I'm just curious as to how you practiced your gift of predicting the weather.
I would just do imagine in my mind.
Okay. Were you ever successful in predicting the weather?
I don't believe so.
Judge, I have a, well, before I get there, uh, our, your testimony is that as part of the castings, that if it was unsuccessful, that the body would die or there would be a killing of the body. Is that what you testified to?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Oral.
Again, the question is that as part of the castings, if the casting was not successful, would the body die or was there a killing of the body as a result of the unsuccessful casting?
Okay, can you ask me one question at a time? Because you asked me two questions.
Okay. As part of the castings, if it was unsuccessful, would it result in the killing of the body?
It was unsuccessful. That would mean that the demon was still in the body, so
Okay.
nothing would happen.
Okay. And if the casting was successful and you were able to extract the demon from the body, what would happen to the body?
The body would die.
Okay. And is that something that Chad and Lori taught you?
Yes.
Okay. In essence, would it mean then that if they were successful in extracting a demon from the body, that in essence they'd be killing the human body? Would that be fair?
I wouldn't be using the term killing, but it would mean that the body would die.
Was there any indication in any of the correspondence between you and Lori and Chad about killing anybody?
No,
You never discussed the topic of killing anybody, is that correct?
no,
And in fact, you never discussed the topic of casting and how it would, how the ultimate end would be the death of the body. Isn't that true?
they were teaching that once if the casting was successful, then the demon would be cast out. Therefore, the body could actually die and expire.
And Judge, I have Exhibit 88. And I'd like to play a portion of the exhibit for Ms. Pistenes so she can identify that. And then at subsequent, I would ask that exhibit be marked and accepted as Defense Exhibit 88.
All right, the defense has proffered an exhibit. You can just publish briefly, sufficient to lay some foundation.
And
then
Your Honor, may we approach on this?
Yeah. All right, we discussed in a sidebar there this proposed exhibit. I do have some additional argument from council potentially on this and also with foundation. I think it's more appropriate to take that up outside presence of the jurors. So given the time, what we're going to do is start our lunch recess at this time. Because this may take a few moments, we will plan on taking the lunch hour and resume with more testimony right around 1 o'clock or perhaps just slightly before 1 o'clock. So we'll take the lunch recess for those in the public attending. If you'd like to step out, you may. If you wish to stay in while we take up the evidentiary matter, you can as well. We will have the jurors retire for lunch at this time, though.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on CR 22-21-16-23. The court notes that the jurors have been excused to take lunch at this time. We are still in open court to discuss a proffered exhibit. The defense has indicated an intention to admit Exhibit 88. I believe the state may have an objection to the admission of the exhibit in its entirety. Court indicated I would permit outside the presence of the jury some foundation in the beginning to allow for defense to determine if the witness can identify for foundational purposes the exhibit. And then once we've gotten through that step, we can move on to whether or not the exhibit may be admitted and for what purpose or how much of the exhibit. So, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to start with some publishing of the exhibit sufficient to establish foundation, we can do that at this time.
And Judge, I may have misspoke. It was Exhibit 83.
Okay, we had that as.
Apologize.
So this will be Exhibit 83. And can you describe what the exhibit is before we
Judge, this
start?
is an exhibit in which on October 2nd of 20, Officer Hermosillo and Officer Wright interviewed Ms. Pastenes. The length of the recording is 3 hours, 35 minutes and 42 seconds. The section of the tape that I want to play for the court and Ms. Pastenes starts at 24:34, approximately goes to 25:38. And it talks about Ms. Pastenes making certain representations about the killing of the body.
All right, if you'd like to proffer by foundation playing part of that, I'll allow you to publish it since the jury's not here, sufficient for the witness to identify.
And like Mr. Wood, I'm not getting any sound, Judge.
All right, see if you can.
For that being well, they have to kill your body to get that demon out. Is that how you understood it?
Now, Ms. Pastenes, you had an opportunity to review that. Do you recognize the female that's in that video?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's me.
Okay, and then the person to your immediate left, who would that be?
That's my attorney, Garrett Smith.
And then the person across the desk from you would be who?
I believe that's Detective Hermosillo. I can't
would
see
be
him very
from-
well. I can't see him very well.
And that would be from the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of who the person is um, to your right at the end of the table?
I believe that he was an FBI agent.
Okay. And if I were to present to you that it could be someone by the name of Ricky Wright, would that make you recall any better? Okay. And ma'am, does this appear to be a true and accurate picture of the meeting on 10/20 of 20 or 10/2 of 20 regarding the interview between you and Officer Hermosillo?
Yes,
Judge, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 83.
All right, and you're moving to admit the 3 hours and 35 minutes of the interview?
There is, Judge, and the reason for that is that there were a number of representations that I could be here for a week if I wanted to, going over with Ms. Pastenes, but quite frankly, after today's testimony, it will be my intent to probably call her back and go back over a number of those. But for purposes of today, I'm just going to ask for a small portion of that be published to the jury relating to the killing of bodies after a casting.
All right, what's the response from the state on the proposal to admit exhibit number 83?
Your Honor, the state would object. The state would object on, under Rule 403, cumulative waste of time, just confuse the jury. In addition, under Rule 613, which I think is what the defense had indicated the intention was to admit, there has to be more than just an admission of it. There has to be extrinsic evidence, and then there has to be some kind of inconsistency, and the party has to be given a chance to explain that. None of that has been done at this point in time. There's been no questions asked about any inconsistent or perceived inconsistent statements. So I think it would be premature to admit it. I think admitting it in its entirety, when Ms. Pastenes is here, she's testified about a lot of the contents. It's simply cumulative. So
Alright.
for those two reasons, we would object.
All right, any further response, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I'm allowed to go into impeachment. I questioned Ms. Pastenes about her beliefs, or at least what she felt were conveyed by Mr. Daybell and Ms. Vallow about castings and the ultimate result. In addition, Judge, the fact that she engages in an interview for 3 hours and 35 minutes and makes a number of representations that may be inconsistent with what she said today, by that very definition, allows me to bring in those statements and allows me to submit this this interview of Ms. Pastenes and Officer Hermosillo. So I'm baffled as to why the state is suggesting this isn't proper impeachment.
And Your Honor, all due respect, but Rule 613B lays out the specific process. Council has not followed the rule as laid out in 613B. If he were to follow that rule and there is still a reason or grounds for admission, the state would understand, but the rule simply hasn't been complied with.
All right, well, I've considered the offered exhibit at this time. I'm not saying you can't impeach potentially with the exhibit, but to admit the entire exhibit, which is the full interview, I think does require under Rule 613B a process that at this point we're not at. So I think it would be premature to admit the exhibit looking at Idaho Rule of Evidence 613B. And for that reason, I'm going to deny the admission of it at this time. So with that ruling, then we'll go ahead and break for lunch and come back on. Mr. Pryor, if you want to review that further or discuss it again on the record in terms of how it may be used for impeachment, I'll consider that. But admission of the entire exhibit is denied based on the
Okay.
objection of the state and the rule it's cited. So that'll conclude the ruling at this time. We'll go ahead and take the lunch recess and resume back at 1. If you want to make any further argument or proffer, I'm still open to that, Mr. Pryor. and
Thank you,
we'll do
Judge.
that just before the jury comes in.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We concluded the lunch recess. We are on the record outside the presence of the jurors who have not returned to the courtroom yet on the court's instruction to hold them while we continue to discuss this evidentiary issue related to proposed Exhibit 83. The court had a sidebar with counsel on the record discussing that it will permit the refreshing of the recollection of the witness to determine if there are any prior inconsistent statements that would implicate Rule 613. And so at this time, I'm going to allow you, Mr. Pryor, to publish those excerpts to the witness so she can listen to what was said in the interviews, and then we'll make a determination as to whether or not there are inconsistent statements that may bring into play Rule 613B and how those may be used if you believe impeachment's required. All right, Exhibit 83 then. And again, without the jury here, I'll allow you to publish the sections you think are relevant in terms of determining whether there's inconsistent statements. I'll have you turn your microphone on, please, Mr. Pryor.
Exhibit number 87 is an interview on 10/23/20 with Officer Kiakamano and Edwards of Ms. Pastenes as well. That's 87, and 88 would be a interview with Officer Hermosillo and Officer Kiakamano on 4/29/21 with Ms. Pastenes, and I'm going to have them marked as Exhibit 87 and 88 as well, Judge.
Are you intending to publish any part of those?
I will publish 3 excerpts on those respective exhibits, Judge. As
Okay.
well as-
When you do publish, just carefully identify which exhibit is the excerpt is from, so we know that.
Your Honor, may I also inquire to get the timestamp on each publication?
Yeah. The best we can identify what is published, we'll need to have a record of that. Since currently none of these exhibits are admitted.
Judge, on 83, we're going to start at about 24. (24:12), Judge.
All right, you can publish to the witness.
And Judge, it's up on the HDMI, if I could have them.
That was never explained. I don't know. He never said that. I don't think that was ever put in as an option or asked as an option. Actually, that's the first time I ever even thought about that could be an option. That my spirit could actually come back to the body.
So
A
did,
possibility.
so did you believe it to be that once your spirit is in limbo and the demon is in your body, in order for that demon to get out, they have to kill your body to get that demon out? Is that how you understood it?
No, because it was understood the way that Chad explained it was that we would expel the demon out of the body, put a protection around the body so no other entity could come in, but they never spoke about killing the body. Do you see that? They only talked about expelling or throwing out or casting out the bad spirit. They never talked about actually killing the body.
Okay, so if you expel that evil spirit and you put a protection around the body, and the good spirit can't come back, the body is basically gonna die, right? The expelling of it causes basically the death of the body, whether that's intentional harm to the body or just body just had a car accident, dies, or falls over from natural causes and dies. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Judge, that's at 2604.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Judge, if I could have 87 and 88.
Yes, I'll have the bailiff deliver those.
Judge, we'll start at, well, 1018. May I publish, Judge?
You may.
Which exhibit number is this?
This is 87.
Give those are two. It was that weekend that I told you that was really weird because I had 2 rooms prepared for them. And then I had 2 rooms prepared for them to stay because my kids were out of town. And, so it was just me in the house, so I had prepared the rooms for them to stay at and,
Coming them is.
for Lori, so Serena was gonna stay in my room, and I had a room ready for Lori and another one for Given, and I was gonna take the couch. And, then, Lori and Giv decided that they didn't wanna be in separate rooms, they wanted to sleep together.
Really?
Your Honor, I'm gonna actually object to
Do you
this.
think there was a physical relationship?
This
going on
hasn't even
between
been discussed.
Lori and-
So if this is gonna be used for impeachment, where we're going with this information has not even come up in any testimony.
Well, I'll note, Mr. Pryor, in order to come in for impeachment, there first has to be relevance, and the relevance is a foundation for potential impeachment. If it's something that could not be a prior inconsistent statement, then it's not relevant under 403, and therefore it doesn't come in. So if this is a topic not yet discussed by the witness on the stand, then I would agree. There's no reason to continue publishing.
And Judge, the way I understood the inquiry is that the court was going to allow me to publish these statements and then I can inquire of the witness. And this statement is not necessarily exclusive to just impeachment, Judge. This statement goes to bias and the relationship between Miss Gibb and Miss Vallow.
Yeah, this is a completely different topic. We're way out of the scope of what we're determining on this, and so I'm not going to permit 87 to be further published, sustaining the objection of the state. The narrow topic we're on right now, Mr. Pryor, is simply, are there inconsistent statements that have already been offered on the stand by the witness and whether or not they can be impeached?
So I assume then that the court in a later through Mrs. Pastenes's testimony, I'll be able to bring up the subject if there's some issue relating to the relationship between Miss Gibb and Miss Vallow. Is that correct, Judge?
Well, I'm not going to make a advisory ruling for you. What we've got right now is whether or not there's inconsistent statements that can be impeached, and that's the only ruling I'm going to make at this point.
Okay, Judge, could we have a sidebar, please?
We need to keep things moving here, Mr. Pryor, so no. we don't have the jury here, so let's get through this evidentiary matter and get them back in for further testimony as soon as possible.
And this is at 4646, Judge?
Of which exhibit?
87.
I don't know. I haven't looked at it for.
Alright.
Paragraph
It's been a while.
81.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'm just curious. Okay, the next one,
So, and I don't remember whether she was the one that saw this, or maybe I wrote from somewhere else, or maybe she said that. I don't remember this part, but the price of the things I want is a law, a formula, and a covenant. Maybe that's something that she said. I don't remember.
I'm sorry, Judge, I have the
I
wrong
don't
spot.
remember her saying that, but.
We're going to start at 4534, Judge.
is it sanctified, is that what, or solidified?
Sanctified.
Sanctified, okay,
I'm missing to see there. I don't remember what that
no
was.
worries. Okay, moving on to 12. Give us the background on this page, same.
So this
phone
one
call.
here is another phone call with, the, girl said, she, I think it was Christina that had created this Gmail, 7 Gatherers at Gmail. So that, we would all be able to like share, documents and information with each other that, was things that we were learning so that we could communicate it with each other.
Okay,
That was that's an email address.
did you guys use this quite a bit?
For a little bit, yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The 7 gatherers at Gmail, and then the 7 lights 144, is that the password to get into it? Is that, are you wrote that out? Okay.
yeah.
Do you still have access to that?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it for.
Right.
Paragraph
It's been a while. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm just curious. Okay, the next one,
And Judge, the last one under 88, given the court's ruling regarding 87, I'll reserve publishing 88 until after I've crossed the witness about some of the statements relating to that one. Okay.
Okay, so the one that was just published, was that off 87 or 83?
That was off 87. And Judge, I have that from 4552 to 4656. And that's the one about the discussion about the 7 gatherers.
All right. So then those have been played. Those were just simply to refresh the recollection of the witness for potential and for reference of the court to see if there's an inconsistent statement with any previous testimony. As I mentioned before, the inquiry is under actually Rule 401 as to whether or not there's any relevance. And then if there's an inconsistent previous statement, that can be considered under Rule 613B. And the court has to have an inquiry first to determine the applicability of the rule. So, Mr. Pryor, what would you argue is an inconsistent statement that allows this to be used to impeach in front of the jury?
Well, Judge, she had mentioned, my recollection of my notes indicate that she said that it was used a few times on this Gmail account about this 7 gatherers. And I believe her testimony with Officer Hermosillo and Officer Hiakamanu and Officer Edwards was that it seems, I recall the words on the video saying frequently. So that seems to be inconsistent. And what I'm getting at is that this 7 gatherers was used more frequently than what she had originally testified to.
All right, and on the first statement, was there anything else? Because we need to make a ruling on this to.
And Judge, in that situation, there was extensive discussion about killing the body and about killing. And although at the end, she does say that the end result could be that the body dies, there was at least an insinuation that this process was designed to kill the body. And then her testimony, at least to the police officers, and that would be Officer Hermosillo and Officer Wright, is that there was never talk about killing the body.
All right, does the state have any response before I make a ruling on, essentially what we're doing here is proffering whether or not this exhibit, again, is admissible? What's the response from the state, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, I think for it to be admissible, the witness would have to be questioned as well if it were determined to be inconsistent and see if she denies it or provides any additional input. However, before we even get to that point, the state's argument is these are not inconsistent at all. These are completely consistent with my recollection of Ms. Pastenis's testimony, down to that she thought Christina created that email account. She was open about the fact they use it to communicate and share documents. I don't think there was ever an indication that it was used very rarely. I think to the contrary, she said it was used. In relation to the first one, I think that corresponds completely with what she testified to previously. However, all that being said, at the end of the day, if these clips are going to be asked to be admitted, I don't think the state has an objection. However, we believe that they're completely consistent. So I don't know that they're admissible under for impeachment purposes.
Okay, well, first, there's a practical issue of they're not really clips, they're excerpts out of a nearly four, at least the 183 is nearly a 4-hour interview, which is very problematic to admit the entire thing to the jury if we're only doing that for a limited purpose of potential impeachment. So I'm still not going to allow the admission of them. You can question and in aid of potential impeachment on that and ask the witness now that she's heard those excerpts. I'll note that under State versus Koch, KOCH 157 Idaho 89, one of the things the court has to determine as to whether or not there's a prior inconsistent statement is the standard of, quote, whenever a reasonable person could infer on comparing the whole effect of the statements that have been produced by inconsistent beliefs. And I don't find that it's risen to the level to get to be a prior inconsistent statement under 613B. So I think the ruling will maintain that I'm not admitting the exhibit proposed. And at this point, we'll just have the jurors return. You can question on cross now that the witness has heard those statements, Mr. Pryor, to see if there's any more inquiry. But at this point, I don't think there's a 613B issue. And so the exhibits are not admitted.
And Judge, could I approach my desk again to pick up some additional documents?
Yes, you can do that. And then let's have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's all President Counter for you, Arnie.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the jurors have returned. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-16-23. I will indicate to the jurors, thank you for your patience. We took an extra long lunch recess, working on some matters outside your presence. Given the time here where we're intending to stop at our usual time, we may consider going through without an afternoon break, but I'll check with the jurors to see where things stand and where we are with witnesses before making that determination. But that would probably be a good use of our time if we could just get through the afternoon with no more breaks. So if we're able to do that, we will. And Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue on your cross, you may do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pastenes, we were on the subject earlier about castings. And is it your understanding that Chad and Lori never spoke of killing a body during a casting? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. However, it's also your understanding that if a casting is successful and the spirit leaves, it's your understanding that the body dies. Is that what you understand?
Correct.
So what I'm confused about is that you spoke earlier about Charles, and you were involved in one of the first castings with him. Is that right?
Yes.
And who was present for that casting?
The first time that there was casting done on Charles, it was Christina, Nicole, Serena, Gibb, Lori, and I.
So almost the entire 7 gatherers.
Yes.
And was this a 7 gatherer casting that was that you folks had organized?
I don't believe that the email address had been created yet
Okay.
at that time.
Okay. And again, in terms of the 7 gatherers, is it your testimony that Gmail originally, when that account was created, that you used that account regularly?
It was used for a little bit. I couldn't tell you how many times or for how many documents were shared in there. I know that it was used, but I can't exactly tell you how many numbers of documents were in there.
And not necessarily a number of documents is what I'm looking for, but rather a description of how often that was used. Would you say that it was used frequently?
Probably.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's go back to the issue with um, the casting of Charles Vallow. And you mentioned that at least 5 or 6 of the 7 gatherers were there engaging in that casting. Is that right?
Yes,
And one of those members of the 7 gatherers was Melanie Gibb, correct?
yes,
And was Melanie Gibb running that casting?
no,
Lori Vallow?
yes.
Okay. And at the time, you had indicated that that casting was successful. Is that right?
When Lori called Chad to ask if it had been successful, she returned with saying that it had been successful.
And do you remember when that first casting was?
It was towards the end of March of 2019.
And at the successful completion of that casting, did you get notice that Charles Vallow died as a result of that successful casting?
So I think that the things that Chad and Lori were teaching was that the person that was that the person had already died originally, and that there was a 2-minute window where an evil spirit could come into that spirit, into that body. So in actuality, what they were teaching was that the body was already dead and it was being occupied by a evil spirit. So I guess it would be more accurate to say that if a casting worked, then the body would finally die naturally.
So if a body would finally die naturally, then when the casting was successful, Charles Vallow didn't die though. Did he?
Are you asking about the spirit or are you asking about the body?
I'm asking about the body.
The body. Okay, so the body would have been the body of Charles Vallow, but
Okay.
it would have been occupied by an evil spirit.
All right. Then there was a second casting, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, and again, that was a successful casting of again Charles Vallow's body again, correct?
According to Chad and Lori, yes.
Okay. And when you say according to Chad and Lori, isn't it true, ma'am, that almost all of the information you got was from Lori Vallow claiming Chad made a comment about a certain topic?
Correct.
And it wasn't really Chad who spoke to you about any of these things. It was Lori Vallow who was telling you about all of this casting and energy work, correct?
Not all of it, what came through her, some stuff came through Chad as well.
Okay, well, let me rephrase that then. The vast majority of the information you received was from Lori Vallow claiming to say what Chad Daybell told her. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about the fact that Lori moved back into Texas with Charles. And when was that?
I don't have a specific date of that
You don't remember,
recollection. No,
remember that? Okay. Okay.
I know it was in 2019, but I don't know when.
You were pretty specific about all of the questions when the prosecutor asked you questions about dates and times and comments.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and the counsel's testifying move to strike.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that you were quite specific about your testimony in responding to the prosecutor's question?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that you were quite specific in your responses to the prosecutor about her questions?
Yes,
And yet, when I ask you about a question about Texas and Lori Vallow, you don't remember. Is that correct?
I don't remember the date, no.
Okay. Do you remember Lori moving to Hawaii in 2019?
Yes.
in early of 2019, February, do you recall that?
Yeah, it was around February, March, somewhere around there.
And do you recall the length of time that she was living in Hawaii during that time?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know whether or not JJ was with her during the time that she was in Hawaii for February and March?
To my knowledge, JJ was not with her,
To your knowledge, where was JJ?
with Charles.
Okay. And then subsequent to that stay in Hawaii, she then, I don't want to use the word reconcile, but got back together with Charles. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, she indicated that she was trying to clear up some financial issues.
Yes.
Did she go into detail that she was trying, did she ever mention to you that she was trying to convince Charles to make her the beneficiary of her life insurance again?
No.
But she did talk about financial issues, correct?
Yes, she just said that she needed to get her finances taken care of.
Okay. Now, you were present at the Mesa conference, correct? And ma'am, do you have a phone or something you're looking at?
No, have my hands.
Okay. You were at the Mesa conference, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were also at the St. George conference.
Yes.
Do you ever recall at both of those conferences if Chad talked about knowing that he had a vision about Tammy's, short life?
Not that I recall.
Okay. You spoke about portals. Do you remember the prosecutor talking to you about portals?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that not, and your comment was something to the effect, not in that context. Other than what Chad and Lori may have told you about portals, what is your knowledge of portals?
Not very much.
Okay. So prior to that time, you never learned anything or knew anything of portals?
No, not other than movies, but
Okay. Okay. You mentioned that the first time, and I believe this is what you said, is the first time you heard the word zombies was from Melanie Gibb in February of 2019. Is that correct?
yes, from Melanie and Lori.
Okay, so they were the ones who first used the term zombies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Melanie also spoke to you, or excuse me, Lori also spoke to you about the fact that she was relying on the income from JJ and Tylee to support herself. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some discussion about Melanie having enough money for all of us. And that was Melanie Pulowski.
Yes.
That was not Melanie Gibb.
Correct.
And Judge, could I have exhibit 54B and exhibit 54?
Yes, we'll provide those to you.
And Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 54B.
54B has been admitted, and you can publish that.
Ma'am, I'm looking at 54B and I'm a bit confused with the numeric system. It appears that at the top, it's starting as a 6. Is that right? Do you see that? Where it says D and L,
Yes,
and then as we progress down, it goes down to a 1.
yes.
So again, it's just a matter of me being a little unclear about what this means. So do I understand that you start down as a 1 and you progress up to the higher number?
Yes,
Okay, so the higher number you are on the light scale, the better it is?
yes,
And the higher number you are on the dark scale, the worse you are. Is that what that illustrates?
yes.
And who told you that?
This particular drawing was done by Lori
Okay,
at a luncheon.
okay. And Chad wasn't present for that, right?
No, he was not there.
Okay. And then Judge, could I go to may I have permission to publish 54?
Yes.
So I'm looking at Exhibit 54 and I'm looking at the numeric system again. And do you see where the 1 is?
Yes,
Top? And then just to the side of that is a number of circles with lines on top. Can you explain to me what that means?
I don't remember why I did that.
Okay. But what I noticed in this illustration, and who provided this one to you?
This is my own writing.
But you were relying on what? Memory of a visit with who?
This will be a memory on some of the stuff that Lori had done on the prior writing and also on the information that Chad had given me in regards to my prior lives
And was that in person that Chad gave you that information?
over the phone.
Okay. And again, the numbering system here, it looks like you have the 1 at the top and then it works itself down to a 6. So on this particular illustration, which way are we, if we're trying to be as light as possible, which direction are we trying to go in?
You're going from the 1 to the 6.
You're going down then.
I guess it really doesn't matter whether you're going up or down. It's just whether you're going from a 1 to a 6.
Okay. So in this illustration, however, that on the previous illustration, you talked about going up to a higher number, and that's where I became a little confused. In this illustration, you're talking about starting at the top and going down. So the way you're understanding at least this illustration is you needed to go down to a 6 to be lighter. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Do you understand that you need to go from a 1 to a 6 in a downward direction to become lighter?
The way that Chad and Lori were teaching this was that you would go from a 1 to a 6. I'm not too sure if I understand your question on the way that it was written, whether up or down.
Okay, well, I'm just pointing out that on this particular illustration, you drew the arrow in a downward direction. That doesn't mean anything then. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you have any recollection of talking to other folks about instances where you've had visions of your own?
Yes.
Okay. And in some of those instances, did you ever talk to people about having energy sessions and then these visions came to you without the urging of anybody else?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall talking about cutting and destroying cords, and that as part of your progress that you experienced visions and it involved the cutting of cords and the um, destroying of all the records around you? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
And Judge, could I will represent, this is from Lori Firststyle, iCloud.com. And I'd like to refresh the witness's recollection with this. If I could have the bailiff approach, Judge.
You may.
If you would just read that. If you would just read that for me, I would appreciate it. Don't then just set it down or return it, have it returned to me, and then we'll talk about it.
Hey, beautiful. I just had an energy session.
No. Just read it to your, I apologize, Judge. I wasn't clear.
No, you were clear. Ms. Pastenis, this is just to refresh your recollection, but please don't read it expressly so the jurors can hear. You may just take a moment, read that to yourself, and once you're done, the questioning can continue.
Okay, and Mr. Bailiff, if I could have that returned to me. Did you have an opportunity to review that email?
Yes.
And there was some discussion about having an energy session with a friend, Stacy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What kind of energy session was that?
It was a session where the person connects to your energy and then sees if there is anything that would be negative energy or anything that would be influence you negatively, and that person will remove it.
Okay, and then I noted that in this, you said, "Hey, beautiful," and do you recall who this was sent to?
No, I don't.
And Judge, if I could refresh your recollection, and ma'am, if you could look at the date and who it was to, and then review the note again, and then let me know when you're ready. Do you recall when this was sent?
Yes,
And when was it?
February 2019.
Okay, and who was it sent to?
It was sent to Lori.
And it talks about, the comment is, "Hey, beautiful," that you're referring to Lori Vallow at that point. Is that correct?
Yes,
And letting her know you just had an energy session with a friend, Stacy. Do you recall that?
yes.
Now, this wasn't a situation where Lori encouraged you to have this energy session. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Well,
I don't think that she would have that.
okay, this was something that you took upon yourself to have an energy session with your friend Stacy, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And said something about she was able to take metal cage that was put around me to block me from visions. What are they talking about? Someone putting a metal cage around you and blocking you from visions by Stacy.
this would be something that is energetically speaking, so it wouldn't be something that is physical.
Okay, it's a spiritual thing.
Mhm.
Okay, is this something that's consistent with your LDS beliefs?
No,
Okay, it's something that's outside of your LDS beliefs.
yes.
Okay. And then there was a mention of she cut the cords and destroyed all the records he was keeping of me. What are we talking about there?
I don't recall who I was talking about.
And who was keeping all the records of you?
I don't recall who.
Okay.
I have very little memory of that text or email, whatever it was.
And then at the bottom, and this was in February 13th of 2019, do you recall putting in your statement, I will create a storm and bring protection to you? Do you recall that?
Mhm.
And what kind of storm are we bringing?
Yes. Thank you.
For once, it wasn't me. What do you mean by I will bring a storm and bring protection to you?
It would be actually done energetically and spiritual as well.
Okay, so what kind of spiritual storm are we talking about?
It would be something that you imagine in your mind of sending protection to someone.
Okay. And then, do you recall sending another email to Lori Vallow about being attacked one night and hearing an unrecognizable voice next to you?
I believe so.
Okay, do you remember when that was?
No, sir.
And Judge, again, I'd like to refresh your recollection with another opportunity.
All right.
Are you ready? Okay. And do you recall that this was on 12/19 of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall mentioning something, and do you recall who this was sent to?
Lori.
Okay. And do you recall mentioning that you were attacked while you were sleeping? Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
What were you attacked by while you were sleeping?
According to that, I was attacked by some demons.
Okay, so when you sent this message to Lori that you were attacked, you were indicating to her that while you were sleeping that night on the 19th, you were attacked by demons. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that you said to Lori that you heard a voice of something unrecognizable next to you. Do you recall what that was?
Yes, I recalled.
And
What I
then you
just read.
mentioned, oh, I'm sorry.
I said I recall what I just read.
And do you recall mentioning in the email that you saw demons and very dark ones attacking you?
Yeah, in my dream.
Okay. Did Chad tell you to say that you saw demons that night while you were sleeping?
No.
Did Lori tell you that night while you were sleeping that you were being attacked by demons and
No.
dark ones?
No.
That was your statement of something you experienced without the prompting of Lori or Chad. Is that right?
Yes.
You said you woke up with a lot of pain again, same place. Third eye and crown. What does that mean?
It's your forehead.
It's a what?
Your forehead
Okay.
area.
There's a third eye on the forehead?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Is there a third eye on the forehead?
Energetically, the area of the forehead right between your eyes is called the third eye.
Okay. And that's energetically?
Yes.
You don't actually see a third eye on your forehead at night when you're sleeping, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned to Lori that at the end of this on 12/19/2018, asking her if you guys could meet at the temple sometime the next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall talking to Lori Vallow about protecting her?
Um, yes, I did that in the past.
Okay, and do you remember when you did that,
No.
Mr. Bailiff? Sorry, I'm gonna work you today.
And Your Honor, may the state inquire what the witness was just shown?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I could have it brought back and show you, counsel, if you'd like. I apologize, I should have done that.
I don't know if it has an exhibit number, but
Doesn't, it's just to refresh your recollection, but when she's done.
that's fine. Just wanted to make sure we know.
We're gonna exchange here. So you get those back. Do you recall now that it was on the 3rd of November of 2018?
Yes.
Okay, now remind me again. When did you first, when do you recall Lori first met Chad?
October 2018.
Okay. And that was at the end of 2018, is that right?
In the fall of 18. Mhm.
End of October, though, was the St. George was the end of October?
I know it's in October. I don't know exactly the day.
Okay. And do you recall talking to Lori Vallow about, you got a clear message that you are to be protected. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Um, and this was from you to her, correct?
Yes.
And you were sending her a message saying, I'm getting a clear message that you're to be protected. So where were you getting this message from?
During my meditations and prayers.
Okay. And is that part of your LDS faith?
Yes.
Okay. So during part of your LDS faith, you're meditating and you're praying, and you got a clear message that Lori Vallow is to be protected, right?
Yes.
And then you went on to say that when I'm asked if I'm supposed to be one of your protectors, the answer was if angels were jumping for joy saying yes, yes, yes 3 times. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So as part of your meditation and your prayer on the night of 11/3/2008, or the day before, you were having angels telling you that Lori Vallow should be protected and you should be her protector. Is that what I understand that to be?
I believe that you misstated that.
Okay. Well,
I believe I said it was as if angels were saying yes, yes, yes 3 times.
oh, was
Am
it?
I incorrect on that?
No, you're correct.
Okay.
You're correct. But when I asked, who did you ask if you were to be Lori Vallow's protector?
I was in prayer, so I was during prayer and meditation. I usually talk to God.
Okay. So when you were talking to God as part of your meditation and prayer, you got a definitive yes, yes, yes that you were to be Lori Vallow's protector. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a feeling of yes.
So that was a divine direction to you that that you are to protect Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Do I understand this message to mean that you were to be, you part of your role, at least at that time, was to protect Lori Vallow?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Sustained.
Do you have a recollection of sending an email to a number of folks about angels talk to men and women?
No.
Do you recall having the email on 4/14/2019 regarding angels talking to women, men and women?
Yeah, now that I read it.
I noted that there are a number of names there. There's Melanie Gibb, Christina Atwood, Nicole Earl, Melanie Boudreau, Pulowski, right? Same person.
Yes.
Zuluma, Serena Sharp, and April, right?
Sulema.
Zulema, I'm sorry. And you've talked about Lori as a witness of that as well.
Yes.
And when you say angels still talk to men and women, is that implying that men and women are both good?
No, not implying that.
What does that mean when angels still talk to men and women?
I believe that in that email or text, I was referring to the testimony that Lori had given, saying that she had visitations with the angels and that she had received directions and visitations from angels.
And those visitation were angels weren't ordained by Chad. Those were visions that she had on her own. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have knowledge of whether Chad encouraged her to have visions with these angels?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And the names that I just read off, would those be the 7 gatherers?
Yes, they were part of that
Okay.
email.
So that email that you sent out on 4/14 to Melanie Gibb and those other folks were in reference to your discussion about the angels. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you recall sending Lori Vallow a message about having a vision in the celestial room?
Probably, yes.
Do you remember the date of that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall the date of it now?
Yes,
11/29 of 18, is that right?
yes,
Um, you made mention, hey, love, I'm leaving now. Is that to Lori Vallow?
yes.
Okay. Have to go to work, LOL. What's funny about going to work?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
I have to go to work, LOL. What does that mean?
Didn't have any meaning behind it,
Okay, just a comment you made.
just a comment.
Okay. Then you went on to say, I had the most amazing vision in the celestial room today. And that was on 11/29. Where was the celestial room?
In the temple,
Okay, so you were in the temple and you were letting Lori know that you were there on that day, right?
yes,
And that you had a vision, correct?
yes.
Now, that was about a month after you met Chad. Did Chad tell you to have that vision?
No,
Did Lori tell you to have that vision?
no.
Did anybody tell you to have that vision?
Nobody would tell you to have a vision,
Right, you have a vision on your own, correct?
correct?
And when you have some sort of spiritual intervention, it's not necessarily someone telling you that you're having that. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, 610.
Sustained.
And then you went on to say, I have to tell you about it. You were going to tell Lori about your vision, right?
Yes,
And then you said something about, are you going to Melanie's tomorrow night? Would that be Melanie Gibbs?
I don't remember.
So the date was 11/29 of 2018.
Mhm.
So 11/30 of 2018, you were going over to some Melanie's house that night, right?
Apparently, yes.
And where were you living at that time?
Gilbert,
Okay. Where was Melanie Gibb living at that time?
Gilbert,
Okay. And Lori Vallow at that time?
She would have been living in, um, either, I believe she was living in Gilbert or Chandler, that area.
Now have you heard the accusations about Brandon Boudreaux, is that right?
What accusations?
About someone allegedly shooting at Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Pulaski's ex?
Yes, I heard of that.
Okay, and do you know who's accused of doing that?
Yes,
And who is that?
Alex Cox.
Okay, did you have any involvement in planning the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
No,
Okay, did you know about the fact that he was going to do that?
no.
Okay. And again, ma'am, if we could just go over this very quickly. You initially met Alex Cox when?
I met him, at the, conference in November of 2018.
Okay. So now you remember it's November of 2018, not in October of 2018 was the. conference.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and this was asked and answered.
Sustained.
The conference in November of 2018, was that the conference Chad was speaking at?
There was a conference in Mesa, Arizona in November of 2018, and Chad was speaking at that conference, and he also had a table where he was selling books.
Was that in St. George or was that in Mesa?
I just said it was in Mesa
Okay. And then when was the St. George conference?
in October
What year?
2018.
Okay. So you met Alex in November of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you noted that, at least to your knowledge, Alex and Chad were not close or knew each other, correct?
They were not close,
Okay.
but they didn't appear to be.
Now, you've heard the allegations regarding Charles Vallow, is that right?
What allegations?
That Charles Vallow was shot?
Yes,
And do you know who is accused of shooting Charles Vallow?
yes,
Are you aware that the initially that was determined to be a self-defense,
Yes,
and then subsequently, the police officers changed their thoughts on that. Is that right?
yes.
Are you also aware that Chad Daybell has not been criminally implicated in that allegation?
Um, no, I was not aware of that.
So then you met Alex in November of 2018, and then uh, you didn't start dating him at that point, is that correct?
No,
You started dating him in about August of 2019?
yes.
Okay. And then how often would you see him in August of 2019?
Um, I saw him at a few times in Lori's house, and then one time in August we went out to dinner together.
Okay, so one dinner date in August of 2019.
Mhm.
And then when again did you get engaged?
In November of 2019.
So between August and November, when you got engaged, how many dates did you go on?
Relevant, Your Honor. Objection.
Overruled.
We saw each other about 3 times before then.
All right, so you saw each other 3 times and then you got engaged in November. Do you remember when in November you got engaged?
I believe it was November 7th.
And then the marriage took place when?
At the end of November.
And Judge, may I have just a moment to go through my notes?
Yes, you
Thank
may.
you, Your Honor. Oh. As part of your testimony today, were you interviewed or prepared for by anybody prior to your testimony? Help in preparation?
Um, I had interviews with prosecution.
Okay, when did that take place?
Um, when I arrived in Boise Sunday night.
Prior to that time, it appears that you've been interviewed by a number of police officers. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you have any idea how many police officers have interviewed you?
No.
Okay. You remember discussing your case with Officer Hermosillo?
In what occasion?
4/29/21 in Arizona?
Yeah, I believe that was one of the interviews I had with them.
Do you remember that interview?
Parts of it, yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time that there was a discussion about attempting to make your testimony credible?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Judge, could I have a sidebar, please?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take up a quick, hopefully quick evidentiary issue that will take a moment to publish something outside of your presence. So I am going to have you take a quick break here. Should take, I would think, 10 to 15 minutes to do this. So I'll have you retire from the courtroom briefly while we take care of that. We'll let you know when we're ready to come back in with more evidence.
All right, please.
All right, you can be seated. All right, we discussed on a sidebar there, and I'll note now the jurors are not present, but for purposes of refreshing the witness's recollection, I am going to permit the publishing to the witness a portion of an exhibit that I don't believe has been admitted. So identify what it is you're publishing as well as you can, Mr. Pryor, including any timestamp on it, and I'll permit that.
Judge, this is a tape recording from 4/29/21 between Officer Hermosillo, Officer Iacomanou. I think counsel for Ms. Pastenes, Mr. Smith, and Ms. Smith, and a discussion regarding credibility.
All right, and once you have that teed up, just indicate what exhibit number proposed it would be and where you're playing it from.
And Judge, I'm proposing that it's exhibit number 88 by the defense. I'm going to be, I'll represent to the court that it's 1 hour, 57 minutes and 43 seconds is the entire tape. I am going to attempt to try to start this at 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay,
And I would like to put this up on the HDMI if I may, Your Honor.
yes, you may.
As we've gone over things, we've been going over reports that you have given to Gilbert initially with Alex's death. And some of those statements that you gave them don't match what you gave us the last time we talked. So I just wanted to clarify kind of why you told them something completely different. Okay? So when I was discussing last time with you, about.
Was this the day that Alex died? Is that what you're talking about?
The day Alex died. So do you remember anything that you told those guys as far as Lori and Chad or?
Very, very little. I don't remember much of what happened. To tell you the truth, there is a part of like between like 2 weeks there that there isn't much, it's very foggy for me. But that night specifically, there are certain things that I remember, but not all of it. And I don't remember, like, I can't put a timeline together. Like, I don't know what happened first and what happened next. I don't know which one was first and which one was second. I really don't. I've been trying to put it together, but I haven't been able to.
We've also never seen what, statements she's purported to have made, so it's,
Well, I can let you look at a copy, but so when Gilbert Police, let me just preface this. We're just trying to eliminate some of the things, maybe defense for Lori and Chad, are going to bring up during trial. Okay? And part of that defense could be that they try to pin this on other people, right? So, or make you not look as credible as what you are in case you have to testify.
Mhm.
So in order for us to make you look credible and to use what you say in court, we want to kind of jump out ahead of any type of defense that they're going to bring you. And try to make it look like you are lying or trying to get back at them or something like that. So going over these reports, that's kind of what we are doing to make sure that everything that you told us kind of matches what has happened, right? And so when we were going over Gilbert's reports, there's some things in there that you said that you told us about when you last talked to Chad and Lori, and about when you, well, I'll just come out and ask you. You told Gilbert that you had no idea how to get a hold of Lori and Chad when they asked you who Alex was. Can you tell me why you told him that?
Judge, that I believe was at, I believe it ended at, I think 10:10, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll note the times, then the witness has been able to hear that. And so at this point, we can have the jurors return. And then if you wish to question on that, I'll just note for your benefit, Mr. Pryor, looking at this previous response and question, the question you posed was there ever a time that there was a discussion about attempting to make your testimony credible? And the witness answered, I do not recall that. Okay, we're fine. Everybody wants to just stand up and take a break or whatever we may. Also, it's going to take the jurors a few more minutes to get back in. All right, I think the jurors are lined up, so we can go ahead and have them brought back in.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Please all present account for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. You can continue, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, with the court's permission, may I ask that the court reporter read back the last question?
Yes. And to clarify there, Madam Reporter, that would be the question posed before we talked about, breaking the sidebar. Yeah, the same one I read back just momentarily ago.
For a time that there was a discussion about that's one credit answer I did not follow.
You've had an opportunity now to review an interview between you and Officer Hermosillo, is that right?
Yes,
And your previous testimony was that in terms of someone trying to make your testimony more credible, do you have a better recollection of that situation?
yes,
And at that time, in your discussions with Officer Hermosillo, was there a discussion about attempting to make your testimony more credible?
yes,
And was there a discussion about you making inconsistent statements to other police agencies and that Officer Hermosillo was trying to reconcile those two inconsistencies?
yes, he was trying to reconcile.
And at that point, was it also your discussion with Officer Hermosillo that he was trying to make it so that they could minimize how a defense attorney may attack you in terms of those inconsistent statements?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that Officer Hermosillo was trying to put you in a position where you would testify in order that you wouldn't be as vulnerable to attack by the defense counsel?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was it your understanding that Officer Hermosillo was aiding you in trying to make it so that defense counsel could not attack you about your inconsistent statements to various police agencies?
yes.
And Officer Hermosillo again is who?
He's one of the law enforcement that interviewed me.
From the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes,
In addition, Officer Kia Kamano was there as well, is that right?
yes,
And your attorney was there as well, right?
yes,
Was it your understanding as part of that meeting that what you were attempting to do was to get your story straight when you had to testify in a trial of this case?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative misstates the evidence or
Overruled.
testimony.
It's overruled.
Is it your understanding that what Officer Kia Kamano of the Rexburg Police Department, Officer Hermosillo of the Rexburg Police Department, and your lawyer and you were trying to get your story straight about all the inconsistent statements you made to various police
Objection, Your
agencies?
Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
That's sustained. I strike the question.
Officer Hermosillo was trying to make your testimony more credible, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You have previously heard about inconsistent statements you may have made to various agencies, is that right?
yes,
And Officer Hermosillo talked about minimizing the impact of defense counsel in your questioning, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And the purpose of that meeting was just so that you would be able to get your story straight, was it not, ma'am?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. Argumentative.
Sustained.
What do you understand the purpose of Officer Hermosillo telling you that he was trying to make you credible in front of a jury.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
That was not asked, Judge.
It's overruled. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, would you read back that question for me, please?
What do you understand the purpose of Officer Hermosillo telling you that he was finding him incredible?
My understanding was that there was some inconsistencies and he wanted to clarify them to, just like he said, to be ahead of what you're doing right now.
And the discussion was directly to you that we were trying to get ahead of the defense counsel so that we were prepared for the potential attack on all of the inconsistent statements that you have made. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that question.
So getting ahead of the curve, what do you mean by getting ahead of the curve?
I didn't say ahead of the curve. Did I say ahead of the curve?
What do you recall Officer Hermosillo saying, getting ahead of what?
Objection, Your Honor. These have been asked and answered.
Overruled.
If you don't remember, Judge, we can refresh your recollection once again.
I'd prefer you just continue on with cross, Mr. Pryor.
Do you believe it was the intent of your discussion with Officer Hermosillo on that day of 4/29 of 21 to prepare you to testify today?
Yes,
And you believe that as part of that preparation, he was discussing with you how we can, you folks, you, your lawyer, Officer Kia Kamano and Officer Hermosillo can frame your testimony in a way that resolves some of the.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative and it's misstating the testimony. And it's been
Sustained.
asked and answered.
It's sustained.
Judge, I want the witness to go back and have to review the,
Well, there hasn't been any response, Mr. Pryor, that she doesn't recall. It's just been some sustained objections in the way you're framing the
Okay.
questions. So just
Right.
ask additional questions and then we'll see if she needs to be refreshed or not.
do you specifically recall what Officer Hermosillo referenced when he said he was trying to get you ahead of something?
yes.
What did he say?
He said that he was trying to get ahead of what you're doing right now.
So in other words, he was aiding you in resolving different statements you may have made in the past.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Move to strike as well.
It is
What-
stricken and it is stricken and I'll reiterate, and I may not have done this before, when I indicate things are stricken, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that means you are to disregard that and not consider it in any way in your deliberations. And I've said that on multiple occasions here, but that's just a clarifying instruction from the court at this time. Mr. Pryor, you can continue.
And what did you understand when Officer Hermosillo was trying to get us ahead of something? What exactly was he trying to get ahead of for your benefit?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that the purpose of your meeting with Officer Hermosillo was to mold your testimony in a certain way today?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
Isn't it true that the
Oh,
purpose?
Mr. Pryor,
I'm sorry.
there was a
Judge.
question posed she didn't answer yet. Let's see if she answers the question, please.
No, it was not to mold it.
Okay. What do you believe the purpose was?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained. It's sustained, Mr. Pryor, and we're not gonna keep going down the same path of asked and answered, so you either need to change topics or we need to move on one way or another.
At any other time, did you meet with a police officer to discuss the credibility of your previous testimony?
Not that I recall.
So this would have been the only instance where you were with a police officer discussing that very topic. Is that right?
I believe so.
And would you agree with Officer Hermosillo that in the past, in talking with police officers and law enforcement agencies, that you have had an occasion to tell inconsistent stories about the circumstances regarding this case?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative and it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled.
And Ms. Clerk, would you please read back the question for me?
During that meeting, we were talking about something that I had said that I have no recollection of. There are plenty of times during of that day, that evening and the following days that I have no recollection of.
Do you have a recollection of Officer Hermosillo mentioning to you that you've given inconsistent statements in the past?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Once you're ready, Ms. Blake, you can conduct any redirect.
Ms. Pastenis, you were asked if you met with the prosecution. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And have you met with me before?
Yes.
Has anything I told you altered your testimony?
No.
Have any questions I asked you had any kind of an effect on your recollection?
No.
And is your testimony today based on your recollection of events?
Yes.
And you were asked about the inconsistent statement, and you indicated it was given during a time that you don't have a lot of recollection. Is that correct?
Yes. It was this somebody was asking me, supposedly somebody was asking me a question during the time when Alex was in the emergency room and they were doing CPR and resuscitation. And I have no recollection of anything that happened that night.
So your husband was in the emergency room.
Yes, he had stopped breathing.
And ultimately he passed away.
Yes.
Overruled.
When you met with Detective Hermosillo, Detective Kaikamanu, and your counsel, did you do more than just discuss those brief statements given to Gilbert?
Yes.
In fact, was a complete interview done?
Yes. There were many interviews done.
And you discussed a lot more than that in that interview, is that correct?
Probably more than likely.
And you were asked about who it was that you would generally communicate with about these spiritual teachings of Chad and Lori's. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Was it Lori that you would usually talk to?
Yes.
Do you know where the ideas originated from?
The ideas originated from Chad.
And do you recall talking about that, preparing a people conference in November of 2018 in Arizona?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you recall talking about another gathering at Lori's house that was around that same time?
Yes.
And again, who was it that was teaching about the translation process?
It was Chad.
And Lori wasn't teaching. Oh, translation process.
It was Chad.
Was Lori teaching?
No, she was sitting with us on the couch as the student, not the teacher.
Did Chad stay at Lori's house in November of 2018?
Yes.
Were there any other men there?
No, man.
Were you with Chad or Lori the whole time at that gathering at Lori's house?
No, I left shortly after they gave me a blessing.
So you wouldn't know if they had any interactions when you weren't present.
Correct.
Were Chad's teachings part of the standard LDS teachings?
No.
Did you believe at that time that Chad could in fact discern light people from dark people?
Yes, he had indicated that since he had had a near-death experience and he didn't have a veil, that he could communicate with the spirit world and that he had information that perhaps other people, like normal people, wouldn't have. So yes, I did believe that he could discern that.
You were shown a message that referenced the cutting of cords. Do you recall that? Defense
Yes.
counsel showing you that? Where did you learn the idea of cutting of cords?
There was something that Lori and Chad were teaching in regards to how a spirit needs to be attached to the body by certain amount of cords, and how those cords would be cut before a person would be dying.
And I think counsel asked you about Chad telling you, or Chad and Lori telling you that you had some spiritual gifts with being able to discern the weather.
Yes.
And is that who told you you had those gifts?
Yeah, Chad did.
And Chad told you to practice that?
Yeah.
And where did you learn the idea or first learn of spiritual attacks?
I think the first time I've ever heard read from it was in the scriptures when there was mentions of people being possessed and attacked by evil spirits.
And did Chad and Lori talk about spiritual attacks as well?
Yes.
Did the way they describe them differ from what you'd read before?
Yes. It was a much more detailed way that they were teaching it.
And did they talk to you about spiritual weapons?
Yes.
Did you ever turn to Chad to ask for assistance with spiritual weapons?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he could help with that?
Yes.
Did he tell you whether he could send spiritual weapons?
He has said that he could actually visualize them and then remove them.
And you were asked a lot about the 7 gatherers.
Yeah.
The 7 gatherers was a Gmail account, is that right?
Yes.
And in that Gmail account, 7 people had access?
Yes.
And the idea of castings, did Chad and Lori talk to you about that at different times?
Yeah.
And if a casting was successful, a spirit would be cast out, is that right?
Yes.
And there were times another spirit may come in.
Yes.
That didn't mean the first casting wasn't successful, is that right?
Correct.
And if the casting was ultimately successful and the spirit's cast out and no other spirit comes in, what would happen to the body?
The body will finally die naturally.
Was Tammy deemed dark?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It goes beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'm gonna overrule that. I think that was brought up in direct.
Was Tammy Daybell deemed dark?
Yes, as she was deemed that she had been possessed, so she had become a zombie.
And is Tammy alive?
No,
Was Charles deemed dark?
yes,
Is Charles alive?
no,
Was JJ deemed dark?
yes,
Is JJ alive?
no,
Was Tylee deemed dark?
yes,
And is Tylee alive?
no.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Ms. Pastenes, before you step down, let me inquire from the state, would this witness potentially be recalled?
The state would excuse Ms. Pastenes.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, Ms. Pastenes is under subpoena from my office. I'd like to keep that subpoena in place.
Okay. Since you'll continue to be under subpoena then, Ms. Pastenes, the order of the court prohibits you from watching the trial until you're through testifying, so it is easily accessible. I would be asking you if you have watched it in any way or observed it here or online where it's available to see. So refrain from doing that since you are still under subpoena. And with that, you may go ahead and step down, and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
You're welcome. All right, is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Garth Warren.
Very well.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, witness has been sworn. Let me just inquire. I believe just to clarify, Mr. Wood, this is not an expert. Is this an expert witness that the exclusionary rule would not apply to?
I believe it would not apply.
I guess if you could advise. the
He
court,
is,
who
this is,
witness?
Dr. Garth Warren is a medical examiner in the state of Idaho. He's a licensed pathologist.
Okay, I'll just inquire, I guess, and then make a determination if I need to. But have you been reviewing or watching any of the trial testimony in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, with that in mind, then I'll just go ahead and allow for direct examination, Mr. Wood, without needing to determine whether that would apply in this case or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you, well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Garth Warren, Garthwarren.
What is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic pathologist for the Ada County Coroner's Office.
And as a forensic pathologist, are you a duly licensed physician in the state of Idaho?
Yes,
How long have you been licensed to practice your profession?
for 7 years in Idaho and before that, 5 years in Colorado.
And are you presently engaged in the practice of that same profession?
Yes.
Where did you receive your training in pathology?
So I did my general pathology training at Oregon Health and Sciences University in Portland, Oregon. And that was 3 years. And after I completed that, I stayed on for 2 years and completed a neuropathology fellowship, which is essentially just specialized training in the brain and spinal cord. And then I went to the Denver Office of the Medical Examiner in Denver, Colorado for my forensic pathology fellowship, which was 1 year.
And what are your duties as a medical examiner in Ada County, Idaho?
So working for the Ada County Coroner's Office, our office investigates a wide variety of deaths. And there's certain deaths that fall under our jurisdiction. Typically, those are non-natural deaths. So any suicides, accidents, homicides, and natural deaths as well. Not all natural deaths, but for instance, a young individual who passes away and there's not a good explanation of why they passed away. We'd investigate something like that. So those cases would come to our office, and my job is essentially to try to figure out why the person died. And the main tool that I use for that is the autopsy. We use other studies as well. But I use an autopsy to try to figure out why they died. And then ultimately, my job is to determine the cause and manner of death.
And you work at the Ada County Coroner's Office, correct?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, does Ada County have a contract with Fremont and Madison counties for you and other medical examiners to perform autopsy work?
Yes.
During your experience in the Ada County Coroner's Office, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
So about 200 to 250 autopsies for 7 years. So over 1,500 autopsies.
So that's per year? That initial number you gave? Okay. Can you say yes, sorry, into the microphone? Or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are you on staff or affiliated in any way with any universities or academic institutions?
Yes, the Idaho College of Medicine. We have medical students. I'm an adjunct professor there. We have medical students who come over and do rotations with us. And we show them what forensic pathology is like, and they rotate for about a month. And we have a number of those students who come and rotate at our office.
Are you a member of any specialized medical or scientific groups or associations?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and also the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. They're both governing bodies for coroners and medical examiners throughout the country. And they do a wide variety of functions in education. They also accredit offices, basically give them a stamp of approval if they've met all the criteria set forth.
And the accreditation, is your office accredited?
Yes.
Can you briefly tell the jury what the American Board of Pathology is?
Yeah, so the American Board of Pathology is one of a number of different boards of in medicine. There's the American Board of Pathology, there's the American Board of Surgery, there's the American Board of Family Medicine, and so forth. So ultimately, their goal is to certify pathologists and give them a stamp of approval and say, now you're certified, now you can go out and you can practice as a pathologist. How they do that is after you complete your training. So for instance, after I completed my general pathology training at Oregon, I had to go take a day-long test, and then you have to pass that test. And then after that, the board will say you're board certified, and then you can go practice. And the same thing with neuropathology and forensic pathology, the same thing happened.
And are you certified in pathology?
Yes.
And you've mentioned forensic pathology. Can you define that term or describe what that means for the jury?
So it's really the practice of medicine, specifically forensic pathology and performing autopsies in the context of the legal system. So I often go to court and testify, not on every case, but on many cases. So it's really, it's the combination of we're applying medicine and forensic pathology to the legal system.
Are you the author of any textbooks or any specific papers in the field of pathology?
I published papers when I was a neuropathology fellow.
Can you explain for the jury what the difference is between a manner of death and cause of death?
Yes. So the cause of death is the natural event or the traumatic injury that ultimately sets into motion a series of events that causes somebody to die. So for instance, a heart attack, that would be a cause of death, or a gunshot wound to the head would be a cause of death. Manner of death is a little different. It deals with more of the circumstances surrounding the death. In most states, you have 5 options. You have natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then undetermined. And based on the circumstances, you essentially pick one of those. An example I always give is a gunshot wound to the head. A gunshot wound to the head could be self-inflicted. It could be by somebody else, a homicide. It could be an accident. So in order to determine whether it's one of those, you really have to know the circumstances of death. You know, have to know the scene. And you can't just base it on the autopsy because it could look exactly the same.
And can you tell the jury what an unattended death is?
So an unattended death is essentially a death that's unattended or that's not attended by a physician. So if you pass away in the hospital and there is a physician present, that would be an attended death. If you pass away at your home, or if somebody passes away in a public park, that would be considered an unattended death.
Is there a general procedure you follow when performing an autopsy?
Yes.
During your years of experience as a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist, have you had occasion to observe many cases in which the cause of death was homicide or linked to a homicide?
Yes.
Doctor, were you involved in the autopsy of JJ or Joshua Jackson Vallow?
Yes.
When was that?
That was on June 11th, 2020
And where did that autopsy take place?
at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Was this the first time you had ever seen JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long that autopsy lasted?
It lasted approximately 4 hours.
And did you write a report summarizing your findings for that autopsy?
Yes.
Based on that autopsy and based on your education, training, and experience, have you formed an opinion concerning the cause of death of JJ Vallow?
Yes, I have.
What was that cause of death?
Asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Can you explain for the jury how that autopsy commenced? What were the first steps?
So as we mentioned, the first time that I saw JJ was in the morgue at the Ada County Coroner's Office. I went into the morgue and JJ was received in a sealed black body bag. It was sealed to preserve evidence by law enforcement. So that was the first time that I'd seen JJ, and we broke the seal at that time, and we opened up the sealed black body bag. And within the body bag, JJ was further enclosed within a black tarp that was held together with multiple strips of duct tape. So we opened that bag, and that was really the first time I got a good look at JJ. Um,
And what did you observe when you were able to see him?
So a couple things jumped out that were pretty obvious. One was there was a plastic bag that was over JJ's head, and it was wrapped around the face with duct tape all the way down to the neck. The forearms and the hands were also they were bound with duct tape. The ankles were bound with duct tape. And JJ was clothed in a red pajama top, red pajama bottom, disposable diaper, and black socks. And then you could also tell, even when he was clothed, really the only part of his skin that was showing at that point were his upper arms. And you could tell he was in a state of decomposition. It didn't look like normal skin. It was green and kind of had a green and tan leathery appearance to it. So I could tell that JJ was in a state of decomposition.
Were photographs taken of this autopsy?
Yes.
Once you were able to observe JJ, what did you do next?
So after we photographed that, we undressed JJ. We took the pajama bottoms and tops off. We took the socks off, and we submitted those to law enforcement. We removed the plastic bag and the duct tape around the head and the neck, and we submitted that to law enforcement. We removed the duct tape that bound his arms and his legs, and we submitted that to law enforcement. And at that point in time, JJ was nude on the table, and we collected other evidence at that point in time. So in addition to everything that was on JJ, we also took hand swabs from both hands, nail swabs. The nails actually came off fairly easily because of the state of decomposition. So we ended up submitting all the nails as evidence as well. We also took oral swabs, anal swabs, and penile swabs at that time.
And were those swabs a part of an external examination?
Yes. At that point in time, we'd still not started the internal portion of the autopsy.
And did you do anything else as part of the external examination?
Yes. So the autopsy really consists of an internal examination and an external examination. We start with the external examination, and I describe everything on JJ from his hair color to his eye color, his ears, his teeth, the fingernails, all the way down to his feet. And I'm just looking for any signs of natural disease or any kind of trauma that would help me explain why JJ passed away.
Did you see any external signs of disease?
I did not.
Did you see any external signs of trauma?
I did.
Can you describe those for the jury?
So one of the things that jumped out was there were scratch-like abrasions on the left side of JJ's neck. In addition to that, there was bruising on JJ's right and left upper arm, and a symmetrical bruising. And then in addition, there was diffuse hemorrhage under one of JJ's fingernails, his right thumb. There's diffuse hemorrhage under his thumbnail.
And I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Can you define that type of hemorrhage?
It's called a subungual hemorrhage.
And what does that mean?
I mean, there's been force or trauma to the finger. Just like I don't know if you've ever, for instance, slammed your finger in the door. You get that diffuse hemorrhage underneath your fingernail. That would be a subungual hemorrhage.
And did you observe?
Could I have him spell that term of what's after sub on the hemorrhage?
Please, let me give this a shot. SUBUNGUAL.
Thank you.
And did you, observe any other signs of possible trauma on JJ's external body?
The only other thing I found, there was what appeared to be possible bruising on JJ's ankles, just to the naked eye after we removed the duct tape. It looked like possible bruising. You do have to be careful when the body's in a state of decomposition, because sometimes decomposition can look like bruising. So there were some things that we did to rule out that, both in the arms and the ankles.
And what is it that you did to examine that or rule that out?
So what you do in that case is you make incisions into the skin and you look for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. The general rule of thumb is if it's true and it's real, you'll see actual hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. If it's most likely decomposition, then you won't see that hemorrhage. So when we did that on the arms, both of the arms showed bleeding in the subcutaneous tissue. So to me, that meant they were real bruises. There was no definitive hemorrhage in the areas that I thought to be possible hemorrhage in the ankles. So although it looked like bruising, I can't say that it was.
But on the arms, what was your conclusion on his arms?
That it was bruising.
Did you perform an internal examination as part of your autopsy?
I did.
Can you just briefly kind of explain that process for the jury?
Yes. So we do make incisions in the body to look at to get access to the brain, and also to look at the heart and the lungs and the liver and all the different organs. In this case, JJ's organs were remarkably intact, considering how long he was probably deceased. They did have decomposition, but they were very well intact, well formed. So I was able to evaluate each organ. Essentially what I found was there was decomposition changes, but there was no evidence of overt trauma or overt natural disease, either just looking at it or under the microscope, looking at tissues under the microscope.
And just to be clear, you said you saw no signs of natural disease.
Correct.
Did you check for rib fractures?
I did. In this case, what you can do to get even a better look for rib fractures, you can peel a thin layer called the pleura that lines the ribs, and you can get a really good look at the ribs. I saw no rib fractures. And in addition, we did do full body x-rays on JJ. I think we took 6 x-rays looking for fractures, and I did not see any overt fractures or bony abnormalities on x-ray either.
Were you able to observe his lungs?
Yes.
What did you observe there?
His lungs essentially showed decomposition changes, like I stated, but there was no evidence of natural disease, either grossly looking at them. And I also took sections of the lungs and looked at them under the microscope, and I did not see any obvious natural disease under the microscope as well.
Did you gather any samples for testing from JJ's body?
Yes.
What were those? Do you recall?
Yes. So typically in an autopsy, we try to get blood, urine, and vitreous fluid. So vitreous fluid is fluid in the eyeball. We can do a number of different tests on those samples. In this particular case, because of the state of decomposition, we were unable to get blood, urine, or vitreous fluid. So what you do in that case is you can use a sample from a different organ. The liver is a good sample to get for toxicology. So we obtained liver to send out for toxicology, and then we also obtained a portion of a rib. We also obtained 2 molars. We obtained hair samples for potential DNA analysis that might be needed later on.
And did you stated that you sent some of those samples off for testing?
Correct.
Do you recall what the results of that testing was?
Yes. So the liver sample we sent for toxicology, and it came back positive for ethanol or alcohol, low levels of ethanol. It came back for a what's called GHB or gamma hydroxybutyric acid. It also came back positive for caffeine, and it came back positive for theobromine.
And did any of those element or those the amounts of those substances cause you any concern?
So the caffeine is caffeine. We all know what caffeine is. Yeah, that's very common. We get that. That didn't bother me. The theobromine, that's essentially that can be found in tea and cocoa products. So that did not concern me as well. The ethanol, that very well could have been a byproduct of decomposition. That's very common. We see that a lot. So I can't completely rule out the JJ wasn't exposed to alcohol when he was alive, but it's very possible that it was just postmortem production from the decomposition process. And then the GHB. So what GHB is, it's essentially, it's a CNS or central nervous system depressant. It can be found, or it is found naturally in the body. So it's found predominantly in the brain and the spinal cord, and it can be also found in peripheral tissues. But it is also a drug that's used for both medicinal and recreational purposes as well. So for medicinal purposes, sometimes it's used for narcolepsy. For recreational purposes, it's often called liquid ecstasy. Sometimes it's referred to as a date rape drug. But in addition, so it has CNS depressants. It also can cause euphoria, increased libido, and it can also cause amnesia or memory loss while the drug is on board. So that was a concern when I saw that. But the level that it was at, I can't tell if it was he was exposed to it or if it was produced postmortem. It very well could have been produced postmortem, but I also can't rule out that it was ingested.
Your Honor, I just note, looking at the time, this is normally when I would introduce some pictures. I don't think we're going to really have time to get into that. If it's all right with the court, I'm going to move forward with a little bit of other questioning and then pick up in the morning.
Okay, let's do that because we'll likely need to rearrange the gallery as well for that. So thank you, Mr. Wood. You may continue.
Doctor, were you involved in the autopsy of Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
When was that?
that was on the same day as JJ's autopsy. So that was June 11th, 2020.
And where did that take place?
That was also at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Was this the first time you had ever seen Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
How long did that autopsy last?
that autopsy took longer. It took about a week.
And why was that?
Tylee's autopsy was different. Typically, when I do an autopsy, I get an intact body, and I go through the same procedures that I did with JJ. And that in Tylee's case, her body was received in multiple bags. It was received in two of the bags were body bags, sealed body bags. A third bag was a brown paper bag, and it contained 5 additional paper bags within that were sealed. And within all of those bags were human remains, a combination of bones, tissue, organs, and then also quite a bit of mud and dirt and other debris. So you can imagine with that many bags going through, cleaning them, trying to figure out what is what, it took a long time.
Did you write a report summarizing your findings for that autopsy?
I did.
Based on that autopsy and upon your education, training, and experience, have you formed an opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
I have.
What is that?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
And when you say homicide by unspecified means, is that a specific categorization?
It is. So essentially what it means is after reviewing all the information and performing the autopsy and doing toxicology and so forth, that I believe that Tylee, that she was murdered. I think it was a homicide. But because of the state of the body, I just can't say exactly how. So this term homicide by unspecified means, it's well known in the forensic literature. It's been used by forensic pathologists for years. And there's certain guidelines and criteria in the forensic literature that are out there to kind of help guide you when you're thinking about using this as a term. So those criteria are: 1, it has to be objectively suspicious circumstances. And there are a number of examples they give for that. So the one is that the body is clearly out of sight and has been put in a way that's try to hide the body. Another one is that the evidence has been someone's tried to conceal the evidence. So that would be something like burning the body or dismembering the body or dumping bleach on the body. So in this case, Tylee was dismembered, and she was also set on fire. So that clearly fit within that criteria. The second criteria is based on the autopsy, you can't determine an obvious cause of death. And there's 2 parts to that. One, if you have an intact body, you do the full autopsy and there's no other reason why this individual should be dead. You can't find anything. The second would be there's not enough of the body to make a determination. So Tylee fit within that second category in that. The third criteria is toxicology. Is there any evidence that toxicology played a role in the decedent's death? In this particular case, there was not that I could find. And then the fourth criteria is that based on historical and social information, is there a good explanation why she could have been dead? And based on the medical records and the information that I had, I didn't think there was a reasonable explanation for Tylee to be dead. So based on that, I called it homicide by unspecified means.
And you mentioned you did review her medical records.
I did.
Did she have any, do you recall what her medical history was?
Yes, I do. So she had a history of anxiety and she had panic attacks. She also had a history of ovarian cysts. They were benign, but they would sometimes cause her discomfort. She also had a history of pancreatitis. She had multiple bouts of pancreatitis, is inflammation of the pancreas. There's multiple reasons why you can have pancreatitis. In adults, it's usually alcohol or gallstones that causes pancreatitis. In children and adolescents, you get a little broader differential. It could be a wide variety of things. It could be the anatomy is a little different, and that causes inflammation. It could be a number of different prescription medications. So based on her medical records, they didn't know exactly why she was getting them. There was mention that every time she took an antibiotic, which is one of the drugs that can cause pancreatitis, that she would tend to get pancreatitis. So that may have played a role. And then the other thing that she had was, it's called mesenteric adenitis. So that's essentially, you have lymph nodes in your abdomen in the adipose tissue. So if you get a virus or those can become inflamed and they can cause pain. And they can cause pain that's similar to like your appendix. So I believe that is it for what I remember from her medical records.
And did anything in that medical history, were any of those things you just described problematic enough to explain her death?
No, not in my opinion.
Your Honor, I note the time. And the state is certainly willing and able to keep going, but leave that to the deference of the court. on
Okay.
Scheduling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wood. We're going to go ahead and conclude for the day. I'll note tomorrow when we come back on, I anticipate you're going to have photos that we won't be broadcasting. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set the gallery up to accommodate that tomorrow. We will go ahead and adjourn for the day. Thank you for complying with courtroom conduct order. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the juror, for your attentiveness today. Please follow the court's admonishment as you break for the day to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to research the case, look the case up in any way, or follow the case in any media. We'll have you fill out your juror affirmation when you return tomorrow. We'll continue with the direct examination of Dr. Warren tomorrow morning at 8:30, and that will be it for today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, wait.